Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education study session. Today is Tuesday, February 24th. And present with us at the table are all members of the Board of Education, as well as our superintendent and Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our associate superintendent, Dr. Mike Anderson, our business administrator, John Larson, and our board attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen. We are also excited to have lots of guests this evening who are going to help us with our meeting. We'll go ahead and begin with item 1A, the Student and Employee Health and Wellness Day Report. We will turn it to Dr. Anderson, Mr. Mike Haynes, who is the director of the Jordan Education Foundation, and Dr. McKinley Withers, the Health and Wellness Specialist.
Thank you, President George. Also with us today is Director Bonnie Brennan. She's the Director of Insurances, and we have Sandy Riesgraff, who's the Director of Communications. These four really, they lead the teams who form the backbone of all of our activities for Health and Wellness Day. So they're here to represent a portion of some of our report. Health and Wellness Day 5 went very well. Just when we thought it couldn't get any bigger and better, we seem to have outdone ourselves. And so these wonderful people are here to report out, and we welcome your questions. Feel free to interrupt at any time and push pause, and we will be happy to answer any questions or talk about anything you want to. With that, I'll throw it to Dr. Withers.
Okay, so I'm going to hit some highlights from Wellness Day, but starting with the student curriculum and student engagement. One of the things that was a highlight this year, as far as the student curriculum goes, was the partnership with Salt Lake County Rec Center. A couple of our rec centers in our district boundaries extended their hours, made additional offerings and classes available for students. And on the post, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but where we were, the county system has been trying to spread the word about the My County Rec Pass. Any student can get a free Rec Pass. And when we posted about it, it was, how many people saw that post?
120,000 views.
120,000 views on our post about the My County Rec Pass. So that got them a lot of engagement too, which is nice to support our local community partners in wellness. And just as a reminder, the curriculum was built around Stress Busters. That's a nod to the goal that's wrapped into the Portrait of a Graduate of reducing stress. That's one of the reasons we chose Stress Busters in building that curriculum. So as far as like the feedback that we've gotten about that curriculum, we had 278 parents respond, which is a pretty good response to a survey. It was represented by every grade level. You can see our little pie chart that represents who we got a survey from. So we heard from parents or students from every grade in our district, scattered throughout the district boundaries. A couple highlights from what students shared or families. We love this day and learn from it. I love having this day to focus on my mental and physical wellness. And there were a lot of fun comments. I didn't see a negative one in all 278 responses. They were just positive and had a great time. What did students do? So this kind of disaggregates some of that. We asked a checkbox. You could check multiple boxes for what you did with your wellness day. The most common checked box was, I did something fun. And so that kind of had a lot of crossover with some of the others, all the way down to almost 20% on the bottom there. I learned about or tried a mindfulness practice, so which are often the most challenging without a little bit of guidance. But still, 20% tried something there. And then those broad categories represent just what most people reported as far as what they did with their time as encouraged by the curriculum content. So, and then as far as employee offers, these little graphics summarize we use these to direct people on Wellness Day. So everything that was organized at the district level is represented by one of these little pink icons. So the off-site offerings are anything that was not at Mountain Ridge, and then the downstairs and upstairs are both at Mountain Ridge. So as many of you may have, we went through the long list of offerings, but it's fun to see what was the most popular, what sold out the fastest, and you can never guess what people are most excited to do. And our first thing to sell out of spots was cookie decorating. And yes, and we a lot of the crafting side went quickly, and all the activities were very well filled. In our comments, over the years, we've noticed that sound baths are really popular. So we made more sound baths than ever, and we continue to hear we love sound baths. It's just a nice, relaxing meditation and experience for people. So, and also with the addition of Topgolf, that was a happening place all day long. There were employees having a good time together. Our average rating for Health and Wellness Day, according to all of our survey respondents, so we had 706 people give us feedback on Wellness Day, which is also a pretty good sampling. Average rating of 4.8 stars. So, out of 5.
Okay, good.
Yep, out of 5. Yeah, good point.
We need to talk.
Yeah, out of 5.
Okay,
I did round up a 0.01. It was 4.79, just to be clear. And then here's just a couple other numbers, some highlights. 3,151 tickets were taken by employees to attend a specific event. That includes pickleball, Topgolf, bowling, all the fun stuff, the crafts. In addition to that, there were at least 15 show your badge offers at different venues. So you wouldn't need a ticket for that. You just show your badge. We did see representation just in our survey and out and about, all employee groups. It's really fun to see bus drivers with teachers and custodians with counselors, administrators with administrators, and it was great. And 65% of those that responded to the survey attended an organized employee offer. 40%, and you could check multiple boxes. Many times people will do one and another thing. So our percentages add up to more than 100 for that reason. But 40% spent the time on Wellness Day catching up on work. And we do see that pretty consistently in the comments. It was really nice to be able to do some work, do something fun, come back to work. And according to our survey, 20% said they had attended to personal or family needs and kind of went and did other things. We had a lot of health fair attendees, which Bonnie will talk about. And the feedback is very, very positive. We have some summaries on some of that that we can reference as needed. But I am going to pass the mic to the great Bonnie.
Okay. Well, as McKinley mentioned, we had probably over 700 attend the fair. I think the most important thing is the couple things that we did leading up to it. We were able to get both the Intermountain Mobile Mammogram and the Boo Bus to be at 3 different locations, well, actually 5 different locations. 2 were at Mountain View at the high school that day, and then the 2 days, the Wednesday and Thursday prior, they were both at different locations there. And we were able to get over 120 mammograms done that week, so that was exciting. We did an ARUP blood drive that was my wellness day after the crazy day. I just went up there and relaxed for a minute. It was very nice. And they said we did great, and we drew quite the crowd up there. PHP also did Healthy Utah. We have many of those throughout the district throughout the year, but we specifically had a location there, and it was completely full for that day where they do a biometric screening for all our employees. We also made it possible for all the carriers to be there. So we had PHP, the medical side, the wellness side, the flex spending side. We had our dental, vision, life carriers, all those. So if somebody had a claims question or an issue, they had frontline and they could talk to those vendors. We also asked the vendors to be very interactive to kind of make it fun, you know, make the employees want to come back next year. And then we had some awesome community partners. Intermountain came, Donor. Oh, it was very interesting. I sat and chatted with them. Donor Connect was there this year. So we just had a wide variety of different vendors that were there as well.
I love Jordan District. It's so great to share our story with people in the community, especially business owners who either grew up in this district or a product of the district or have their kids attending our schools. And when we start that conversation, it's always very positive and pleasant, which is great to be out in the community representing such a great school district. So thank you for all the work that you do. And thank you, McKinley, and your team. I know Jody's back there hiding, but she had a lot to do with the success of Wellness Day. But when we engage with these community partners, these industry partners, companies, and when they roll out offers or support, it's awesome. And then it's great when someone like Holiday Oil not only gives our employees free drinks that day, but they expand it throughout the whole state.
Yeah, I had my son who teaches in Alpine District text us on a family thread, "Hey, free drinks for teachers today." And I just replied back, "You're welcome."
I love it. Yes, that's right. So, yeah, Holiday Oil has been great. In fact, they want to do a whole lot more with us going forward. They've loved that relationship and want to develop it more. But it's great when we talk with some of these community partners and they say, "Wow, what you're doing is really cool. In fact, we'd like to start doing something similar. How are you doing it? What started it? Who drives it? Is there any pushback?" Things like that. And it's fun to share some of our success. You know, this had never been done before. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. You led out. I mean, we start meeting, in September? Is it pretty early in the year, and start planning these things out? So it's not by accident. They come together so well. And thank you for your leadership on that. That's it's been certainly made a difference. When I engage, at least some of the companies that I visited with and talked with about how they can get in and support our students and teachers, they want to do more. What else can we do? And who does that, right? It's great. And so having Wellness Day and that opportunity to engage or communicate and provide an opportunity for business, industry, community to get involved to support education in this fashion has been awesome. Received super well. And again, it's so fun to get out and champion this effort because everybody kind of rallies behind it. They all know the value and want to be there to support it. So it's been great from that relationship with the community partners, but it's also fun to see even the anticipation leading up to the date, to see the energy and excitement with employees talking about what's coming and what are you going to do and well, let's meet up there. And I mean, that's sometimes the anticipation of the event is more fun than the actual event, but not in this case.
And if I may, I just want to give a shout out to our communications team. I mean, it's only as good as the message is broadcast, and they did such a tremendous job of filming some great trailers that fed the anticipation with some great cameo appearances and just a building of anticipation. And they simply could not have had the message spread like it did without their genius.
Yep.
So thank you.
They got a nice golf swing on that video. I think
One take.
yeah. So thank you for your support of Wellness Day. It's awesome.
Thank you. So much work and so many powerful minds coming together to pull this off. We're truly grateful for each of you. All right, board members, any questions, comments?
First of all, thank you. It's one of my favorite days of the year. I even take work off for it, and it's just fun to see and talk to all of our employees. And I'm glad it's for all of our employees. This is a incredible idea that Dr. Godfrey dreamed up, and it's better than I thought it would ever be. So my question is, we've done some surveys about the day, but have we done some surveys about the days after, the effectiveness of this on teachers? I remember throughout my whole career, February seemed to be the hardest month,
Yeah.
but it doesn't seem to be so hard anymore.
I think the calendar is such that we have
Those
some
4-day
days off
weeks,
in February.
a long weekend.
We've aligned the days off so secondary and elementary get the same day off, so that works well for families. And we sometimes forget that lots of our employees have kids in school, and so it's easier for them when those days align also.
Yeah.
But the biggest data point for me is that there really is a bottom line benefit beyond the fact that we're just taking good care of the people who take good care of kids, which, is, it's taking good care of kids by taking good care of the people who take care of kids. That's a lot of taking care, and that's what we do. So anyway, we do exit interviews with employees, rather not exit interviews, we do those too, but the stay interviews. Why do you stay? Why do you come to Jordan? And health and wellness day is something that gets mentioned a lot. It's a huge factor in attracting and retaining the best employees out there. And so I think from that standpoint, we really do get that. Beyond the surveys, in those individual interviews, that's something that employees highlight. When we interview employees of different levels of experience and say, why do you stay? This is one of the big things that comes up, because I think it's emblematic of other things that the board does. This is the one day that really, like I said, is an example of many other things that the board has supported to make this a better place to work. Leave days, annual leave days instead of sick leave days, so that you can take the days that you need. Parent leave, where we let out and then they made it a law so everyone else had to do what we were essentially doing. Just other things that you've done, making sure that substitutes are available, providing support so that when you need to take the day off, you know that there's going to be a substitute. When was the last time you had a concern that someone couldn't find a substitute? You'll get concerns that people can't find a job as a substitute because so many people want to sub in Jordan. But those are some of the things you've supported as a board. So when we ask what's the data for the time after that, it's that people want to stay because they've had that health and wellness day, and they have all the other things that you've supported as a board to help make this a great place to work.
Let's not forget the risk policy. That was a big one. I've talked to a couple employees who left our district, and they call me and they say, my district's not doing this or that. And I'm like, well, you can come back. And they have.
Maybe.
Well, if you get a position.
Right.
So, and I think that speaks to how many people want to work here. And I went to the job fair, and there's a lot of people that want to be with us. So thank you. And thank you.
Can I ask Bonnie a question?
Sure.
About the mammograms?
Yeah.
I think we have saved lives by offering that service. Can you share a little bit about that?
Well, it was very interesting. The one that actually was at the district office, it was on, I believe it was on Thursday, the day before. It was not full. And so I just walked around the offices and went, have you guys, are you over 40? Have you done your mammogram? And they're like, no, I go, you guys, this is the time to do it. It's so easy. I'll be honest, last year I was called back after mine to just get checked, and everything was fine. But that was a sigh. But no, anytime, that's my goal, is to get everyone in to do their preventive exams. We joked that the mobile colonoscopy is next, but
What do you think?
I don't want to know the name of that bus.
I actually did talk with a number of people several, who said that they made doctor's appointments that day that they'd been putting off.
That was going to be my second question. It was 20% that didn't participate, and I was just wondering why.
Well,
Or was
that's not quite what that number meant. What that number was of those surveyed, they
surveyed.
self-reported that that's what they did with Wellness Day. So we're not certain about how many.
They weren't involved in the planned activities, but
Yeah.
there are other things they did. And I did hear
Well, we want them to do that too.
several years ago from an administrative assistant who did catch breast cancer early.
Oh, that's awesome.
She received treatment, and she's fine as a result of that mammogram on Health and Wellness Day.
And it is one of the more popular days to take off because it's a stress-free day to take off. No lesson plans. You can take it off, and it's one of our more popular days to take an annual day because of that.
It's probably good for us because we don't have to cover it with a sub.
Exactly.
Yeah. And there are multiple emails like that about health issues that they were able to address, several with the mammograms that were available. It's just this nudge, like we're removing the barriers to getting the health care. So a few things to emphasize. It's not, we started the presentation with families because that's really the focus, is giving families the time and very specific activities to focus on health and wellness. And it's employees being involved in activities with each other to strengthen those connections, the activities that are provided, but also having time to do the things they need to do, taking care of their physical health. And I really enjoyed the posts that I saw, some on LinkedIn, some on social media. And there's one in particular that just said, "I love my job" at the end.
Can't get better than that.
Can I just add something to the part about connections? I've been to all the health and wellness days we've done, and I can honestly say, as me and my team went out to document it and photograph, I have never seen so many employee groups represented. And Dr. Godfrey, I called him on my way home that day, and I said, if there's one word to describe today for me and what I saw around me, it was joyful, because people were connecting. We had bus drivers connecting with people from the district office that may have never, ever had a chance to meet each other and talk about what they do, and to find common ground that we all work for Jordan School District. We all work for students. Our roles may be different, but I saw people in maintenance coming out for to learn how to barbecue, how to smoke at the grill, and they were interacting with people from information systems. That would have never happened had it not been for a day like this. And that was going on all around me. And we stressed the opportunity for connections. It was doing that. It was relationship building. It was connecting. And opportunities like that just builds a camaraderie that we just don't always have an opportunity to do. So it was just, this year just felt different than any other.
So I want to echo the thanks to those who have presented, to Mike, Jody, the ticket master back here, who did many more things beyond that, but it was fun to run into her in the hallway and hear her excitement at matching people up with experiences, and it's gone so smoothly. Even sourdough tickets went really smoothly, even though they're in high demand. Mm-hmm. One day I'll make it to a sourdough session and see what all the fuss is about, you know. But it takes the support of every board member here who has really made this possible. So a lot of people in this room to thank for helping really lift every family and employee in the district. So thank you. I really appreciate it. I could go on and continue to, exult over this. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just curious, those of you who are working really hard did you get to observe a health and wellness day after Health and Wellness Day?
Every day is Wellness Day. President.
I was
Answer is no.
chuckling as I sat in a session up on the hill and stressing out over bills. But I've mentioned before about the terminology of being demoralized. And I think that this is a day that is remoralizing. It's not just about having a break, which is so welcome, but feeling the community pull behind our employees is really inspiring. So thank you for making that possible. All right, on that happy note, I wish we could do this all day. I'm all verklempt. Okay, let's move into item 1B, which is an exception request to Administrative Policy AA414, student overnight travel. We'll invite Mr. Sean McLeod, the principal of Bingham High School, to the table. Oh, and Brad Sorensen. I'm going to start looking up because
I just
keep
want to
forgetting-
introduce him. That's all I'm doing.
I keep forgetting to introduce people because I'm
That's
just
okay.
reading.
Yeah, just introduce Mr. McLeod, our newly appointed principal at Bingham High, who's here to kind of move forward with this exception. He's never done overnight travel in his life, and so he's excited about what this is all about. So, Mr. McLeod, and again, just as a reminder, with our overnight travel policy, as you've seen in board books, this is an opportunity that exists for them to perhaps go to Hawaii, and so that's why they're bringing that forward to the board, because that's part of that policy expectation. So we'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. McLeod.
Thank you. I appreciate the board being able to listen to our request, and we're hoping that that we can participate in this awesome educational experience for our students. National Pearl Harbor Memorial Parade and Ceremony, which will happen next December 7th. Of course, on Pearl Harbor Day, we, as our band director and administrative assistant, have been communicating with the organization that submitted our invitation to us. They had said that there's no other school being represented by Utah. They were hoping that during the Memorial Week and that the ceremony, having a school coming from Utah would be one of their top priorities. The USS Utah, of course, is there with the USS Missouri in Pearl Harbor there. And so they said, well, we are saving and reserving a spot for a Utah school and we're hoping that you guys are approved to attend this great event. It will be a great opportunity for our kids. One of the high schools from Hawaii will be coming over to St. George at the, what is that conference? At the state championship, marching band state championships in St. George. And we're trying to connect with them so that we can do an exchange once we're there and be able to go to their high school and do an activity with them as well. I think there's instrument sharing and different things that might occur as they come to St. George. They'll be doing that and incurring some help and support from schools here locally as well. So that would be another great experience for our students to participate in. One of the other highlights would be, of course, the parade itself on Pearl Harbor Day, December 7th. And then the other fun activity would be a concert or a presentation that our kids would be able to perform on the USS Missouri, and be able to perform there as well during this opportunity, this exchange here with attending this memorial. So that's kind of our if there's any questions, but as much information as I can give you. I know that we prepared some other bits of information to share. Of course, fundraising and things, that would be part of what our kids would be taking part in to fundraise for the money. The amount that each student would raise is a little bit higher than their normal, their season plus their usual trip to California. Typically runs individual students around $1,700 to $1,800. By taking away the trip to California and adding this in, it would be an additional roughly $1,200. We're guesstimating around just under $3,000 per student would be the cost for that. In addition, we would request one additional travel day. So instead of the 2 normal days, it would be 1 more day. So we would need approval for a 3rd day to travel home, so that we have just a little more time to experience all of the activities and festivities that go along with that experience there. Any other questions, or I'm not sure if I say anything else.
Yeah, everything, as you know, is in your board books, and so they've kind of laid out all of that information. And at this point, before they move forward with having those conversations with parents, they just wanted to see where the board is as far as this opportunity is presenting itself.
And if I might add just one more statement here that was shared with me, that this would definitely be an experience that students truly would benefit from, an experience that they wouldn't be able to get here in Utah, being able to be where the attack actually happened and to see history come to life on the 85th anniversary of the bombing of Pearl Harbor would be an experience that all students would benefit from. And finding the connection with our Utah Common Core, our Utah Core curriculum for Level 3 secondary instrumental music, as students are able to relate artistic ideas and works to societal, cultural, and historical context to deepen their understanding. And I thought that was a great connection with our core standards as well. So thank you for letting us be here to present.
Thank you. What
Need
a
a
great
motion?
opportunity. Let's open it for a couple of just questions, and then we'll take a motion. I have a question, but I don't want to jump ahead of anyone. Anyone else? So will you walk me through the process after tonight? I suspect a motion will be made and approved. Then what happens after that? Have parents already shown support for this activity, or is the next step their vote?
Yes, and our band director is sitting directly behind you. So, Mr. Graber, if I say something incorrectly, make sure that you help correct me. But yes, from this point on, so parents haven't been notified or anything about this activity. That would be the next steps. If it's approved here, then the next steps would be to prepare a presentation for parents to be able to share that information out. And we would be targeting our current 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade students that would all be advancing next school year. From our 9th grade on, they're all can be participating in the marching band. So 9th graders are included. So that would be the group of parents that we would then focus on to get all of the information out. I'm assuming a parent meeting where they can ask questions, talking about how are we going to help our students fundraise for these things. All of that would be part of that presentation as well. And then have discussion with parents, and then a permission, kind of almost like a voting, but I think we look for, is there like an 85%? I thought I heard somebody say we need 85% support from those parents to participate.
Yep.
And so we would look for that, and if we don't achieve that, then we would be unable to attend, and we would let them know that we're no longer able to attend. But then we'd go to our backup plans, which has been the normal, heading to California for their trips there to California. But we thought this would be a fun experience, a very enriching experience for our students, and hopefully parents might be supportive of that as well.
I suspect you'll get a motion from them faster than I'll get in this room right now. But I think it's important for people listening to understand that parents get to decide if this is
Right.
the pathway that they would like to go down. So I appreciate that process and that communication that happens. So thank you for putting it in order for us.
You bet.
Okay, any other questions?
Is it anticipated that the full amount, the $3,000 per individual, will be fundraised then? Is that the anticipation?
We always try to make that, sometimes we
Yes, we try to make that the goal for every student to be able to fundraise the full amount if possible.
And then anything that
And then
sorry.
some parents Yeah, I'm assuming some parents also will be willing to pay some of those amounts.
You can use
Maybe half fundraise, half not fundraise, but have parent support as well. But
John, why don't you introduce who's coming up here to the mic? And
this is Jennifer Worthen. She's our music administrative assistant for our music groups. And this is Mr. Darren Graber. He's our marching band and band director.
Sorry, I was going to respond to the fundraising opportunity. One of the first things that we are hoping to do is look for opportunities to raise money for the entire group that will be going to Hawaii, doing such things as like a pancake breakfast day and invite the community to come out to be able to buy a pancake breakfast for $5 or something like that. Seeking from local businesses that might want to sponsor our trip, things of that sort, and then maybe hopefully do like a tailgate dinner or something like that. Any funds that are raised from that will bring down the cost of the trip for the entire ensemble. And then we will also provide individual fundraising opportunities for students.
And as far as parent involvement, some of the parents are going to be going. One, I went through AA4
1 to 10. Yeah,
Okay,
one
it's a 1 to 10
chaperone to every 10 students.
ratio,
Mhm.
and that chaperone can be either Jordan staff or parent. Is that right? Is that how that works?
That is correct. Yep.
I have one other. Let's see. I suppose it'll be a good promotional capability for the band.
Yeah.
If you want to go to Hawaii, join the band kind of thing.
Yeah.
We have, pardon me, we have gotten some feedback, just the word has gotten out, to try to keep something secret in a high school is pretty much impossible.
Yeah.
And so there is some talk, and I have to say, we've had some kids just say, there's no way we could afford that. And that's, again, part of the reason, because it's part of the district process, but that's part of the reason why we're seeing if this is even a viable issue at the district level. And at that point, then we get the parents involved and we try to find out. The cheaper part of the trip is if we can come up with 40 or more. We'll probably, we'll march over 100, but, because they're not required, we can't make tours required as per district policy. Ideally, if we could have 40 or more, that would be the cheapest tier for the trip. So we're going to see, but there will be some kids that will say, and some parents that will say, absolutely no way we can do that. So we're trying to keep in mind family budgets and the current, cost of living and everything else that we've got going on. We are concerned about that, and we're watching that very carefully. As far as some of the fundraisers, we prefer and try to make all of our fundraisers be a minimum of 50% profit. There are a lot of companies out there that would love to go off the back of high school, young strapping high school students and do, fundraisers, and the kids get 25% or 30%, and we don't even entertain those. We even have some fundraisers we've done, some garage sales off property and things like that 100% of what the student makes goes to their tour account. So those are the things that Jennifer was talking about regarding not fundraisers that are done for the whole band to bring the entire cost of the trip down, but individual fundraisers for students that can, have a much higher percentage of profit for the kids. So,
One last thing, maybe just at a board level, as I was looking through this policy, I've been here 3 years and I've seen, 3 or 4 of these exception requests for overnight travel, and they've all been approved, like you were suggesting is going to happen tonight. And so I was curious about maybe just the wording, exception request. It seems like the intention of the policy is to get board approved travel, rather than it is an exception to our policy, but the intent is, if you go beyond what the policy states, you need to get board approval. Because when I was first thinking about this, I was thinking this is an exception, and exceptions are typically not the rule. In other words, you might anticipate some of them are going to be denied. But I don't know, maybe just in the future, we might consider just adjusting the naming of the policy or that section rather than an exception request, something that maybe is more in line with the intent of, as a board, we'd like to hear about it and approve it first.
I think exception's great because we want this policy to discourage most groups from requesting this. If you take the Harriman High track team off the board, we make very few exceptions, and they're never really brought to us. I think this is, and I've been following the board for 20 years, I think this might be the second or third trip to Hawaii ever requested. And so I think the policy and the process discourages people to have it, but every once in a while there comes a good reason to have it. And so we have been doing more exceptions recently, but I think if you look over the long scope of things, the policy has discouraged that.
I'd just like to make a statement more than ask a question. I really appreciate all of the detail that you provided us, not only in your letter, but this letter from the chairman of the Pearl Harbor Commemoration Committee and the breakdown of the cost. That was really helpful for me to see.
I was curious how this opportunity came to Bingham. Did Bingham Band reach out, knew there was an opportunity, or how did they find out about Bingham High School?
Well, the committee in Hawaii would love it if they had a band to represent all 50 states. And of course, they don't ever hit that mark. And I think the very simple fact that there are only 2 shipwrecks in Pearl Harbor, and one is the USS Utah, they kind of keep their ears, open for groups from here to be part of that. And in fact, that when we first got the invite, we'd kind of called late on it because it's like, well, is that really going to happen? I don't know. And the people in Hawaii said, we've already shut this off. We've already closed this invitation off. Where are you from again? And it's like, Utah. Oh, well, we would really like to have a Utah band. We will open it back up for you if you want to come. So it was an invite, and they send it out. But Utah, because of our namesake, that is one of the 2 shipwrecks, they were very excited to hear from us at that point. Did I answer that okay?
Yeah, so it was kind of like a broad email that was sent out to all 50 states, schools and stuff, because they wanted to get as many to participate as possible.
They tried to get a band to represent every state.
And then you reached out, but there had already been the cutoff, and then they were like, wait, you're from Utah, we'll open it back up for you.
Yes, that is correct.
Very cool.
I'll make a motion that we approve Bingham High School Marching Band to attend the Pearl Harbor 85th anniversary on December 4th to December 8th. That includes approving an additional instructional day.
A second.
We have a motion by Dr. Robinson, a second by Ms. Wood, to approve Bingham High School marching band's travel to Hawaii, as well as an additional day of school being missed. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously.
Aloha.
Good luck. I hate to tell you, but I think your shirt might have been the thing that broke the silence. That might have what started the rumors,
That
right?
tilted us over.
I may or may not be wanting to do one with his face on it for the official tour. We'll see if we get approved.
Actually bought this in Hawaii.
Perfect. Well, I say wear it proud now.
So much.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here. We appreciate you giving students these kinds of opportunities.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move into agenda item 1C, which is the student fee schedule discussion for the 2026-27 school year. So we have with us Mr. Brad Sorensen, who is the administrator of schools at the high school level, and Mr. Cody Curtis, the administrator of schools at the middle school level. Welcome.
Well, thank
Take
you.
it away.
Thank you for having us. We're excited and love talking about fees. It's great. Just going to move from that overnight travel to our next one and see if I can't connect here. But again, I know that 2 weeks ago you guys had a little bit of a conversation about the process of our fees, and Cody and I, as we were listening, I'm going to connect just in that. Does that work? So as we come with our presentation tonight, we're hoping to answer a few of those questions that you had there, and certainly as we looked at those, there were some pretty straightforward answers to some of those questions, but also we realize that we're going to have to get into a little depth of some of the questions that you might have. So we're certainly mindful of that. So I'm going to connect here, see if I can't bring this up. All right. That appears to be my background. Am I missing something here?
Extended screen, so go to your display.
I love your background.
Background too.
Escape out of this.
Yeah, go ahead and open it, and then it's in your display settings.
Looks like indoor, doesn't it?
But that's also indoor, isn't it?
You know, it's in all of them. All right.
6 of one, half dozen of nothing.
Like coastal redwood.
We're working on technical difficulties. Can I ask for an update on the money that was promised to help with fees? Is that squared away yet? Do we know from the legislature?
So the education, public education committee, appropriations committee, created a list of funding requests. They were asked to have $300 million of reductions, and then they created $200 million worth of requests. So they added to the request list to restore half of the money.
So just this year's,
So correct.
what we've already spent.
Yeah, because year one, the allocation was half. And so we would be allowed to keep the money they already sent to us. But
We won't know for sure if that's the case until
the final bill goes through. What do they call that? The bill of bills?
The bill of bills, yeah, that's the final executive appropriations funding bill, and that should, we're 10 days out, and it should be, we should hear about that within the next 5 to 7 days, I would think. That's typically where it comes.
As a reminder, though, that was one-time money. So I'm not, although it was very disheartening for me to have them, the legislature passed a law to do this, and then a group took it away without a reciprocating law to rescind it. But it was one-time money. So I don't know the ongoing implications that should have.
And there's not even discussion of the full amount that the bill was passed at.
Not
It's
even.
just the half. Really
the half.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, sorry to get off topic. Kind of related though.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like
No,
technical.
thanks for your patience. We went to screen mirroring instead. That seemed to work better. So, again, we just kind of want to go over a variety of items and address some of those questions, like I said, that you guys discussed before. But first of all, just as a reminder, last year, you remember we had to take away registration fees. So we want to certainly thank the board for their support in supplementing the schools as those fees were no longer able to be charged at both our middle and high school. And so we were able to receive those funds that were kind of backfilled to be able to continue to do the things that schools have done to support students and in their practice. The next thing that we're looking at, as you can see, is beginning in the 2026-27 school year, this is just straight out of the rule, just so you know, except as provided in subsection each LEA that awards credit towards graduation shall ensure that each school has at least one option for each graduation requirement that fulfills the graduation requirement and does not require the payment or waiver of any fee. So I think this kind of goes to your part of your conversation last time where we have tried to create, because of that discussion and looking at that, two different options for you to consider as we go through this. So Mr. Curtis and I, we got with Stacy Worthen and her team, and we were looking at a variety of classes to kind of move forward to make sure that we had what we're calling a fee-free pathway to graduation. And so that's kind of where we are. So we've kind of broken these into two different options. Option one, and just as we move forward, was originally our option that we were looking at, where we were just not going to charge any entry fees at all. I know Superintendent Godfrey was alluding to kind of that breakdown last time as well. As we looked at all of our entry-level fees, we projected that we would have a shortfall of taking away those fees of about $432,000 on the high school level and about $270,000 on the middle school level. So what that meant, and you kind of will see that in our fee schedule on the website, because that was created based on option one. So as we worked with all of our schools and we asked them for going through that, we had identified that we will not be charging for entry level because we certainly wanted to provide opportunity for kids to choose their pathway to a fee-free. And as we discussed and looked at that expectation and requirement, we felt that allowing all entry-level classes to not be charged was ultimately what option one represents. As you discussed, is there another alternative option? And there is, and that's kind of what is represented here in option two. And what that is we looked at the different fees and classes. We identified a specific pathway where kids could get to the 27 credits that are required by Jordan School District without having a fee. The challenge of option two is that we're choosing that, and we're kind of identifying, that particular pathway. As we met as a group and we looked at that, just in these last few weeks, we identified courses that are offered at every school. We identified courses that will fulfill each of those requirements. We looked at kind of those classes where students are taking that, where fees in some schools are being charged, but at other schools they weren't being charged. And so it becomes kind of a complicated but optional direction, but like I said, the challenge would be as kids go down that option two, as we've just identified those specific classes as what they would be, that would be the one where we wouldn't charge a fee. And so as we looked at those costs, and you can see kind of in there, these dollar amounts reflect fees that were collected from specified courses during the 24-25 school year. We're always a year behind, just as a reminder. We're always looking at a full year picture of what was charged during that previous year in an effort to propose for what's coming. So these were looked at in the 24-25 school year, fees that were charged throughout the year. But as a reminder in our process, as they go through that, a principal may sit down with a teacher who is proposing a fee, and they may realize that you still have enough money in that account that we're not going to charge a fee this year. Let's spend what's still in that account. And so that particular year, they may not have charged a fee. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't have been eligible to charge a fee for the next year, but that's kind of the beauty of our process, is that they're looking at each of these specific classes, specific groups, and looking at their budgets and making a decision based on the spend plan that was presented to the principal if they're going to actually charge a fee for the upcoming year or if they're going to continue to spend down what they have available in that, and then they can recharge the next year. So that's just, I think, an important note. That's why $170,000 is represented here in the high school and $130,000 at the middle school. That represents the number that was charged. So what that means, it doesn't mean it represents the number that could have been charged. It was actually represents the number that was charged during the 24-25 school year.
And it doesn't represent the number that's being proposed on the fee schedule for this upcoming school
the
year.
fee schedule website is reflective of option one. So what we asked and tasked schools with, again, because we kind of made the decision to go with option one until I know you were interested in seeing what another option looked like. So everything on that website reflects option one. So we would, if option two is the route that we decide to go, we would then go back to the schools and say, actually, we can charge on some of these entry-level classes, and so we would ask them to create a new spend plan, meet with their principal, and see there, except for those classes that we identify as the fee-free pathway. Does that make sense? So that's where those two options are kind of separated and created. Another additional consideration that we have is just, as you notice, the elementary instrumental program costs. Those expenses have been increasing, and you'll notice that is a proposed fee that's moving from $50 to $100 per semester for those programs that are held at the elementary schools.
And
Isn't it accurate to say that so is the popularity of that program growing? Or is it?
I would agree. I mean, those programs, we have several more in there. I'm going to invite Carolyn Goff, who kind of works with Norm on those specific things, to kind of maybe talk to that.
Yeah, we had about 524 students this last year who participated in that, and that is an increase from the previous year, which was about 437. But it fluctuates. It goes. It's about 100 students, give or take, every year. So just the expenses of that program, along with the number of people that it takes to hire to, and we don't, these are not certified teachers, they're qualified individuals who have had experience in working with music, but we pay them a stipend to work with these programs. And we have about 17 that do that right now, and so we pay them roughly about $4,500 to $5,000 for their time, and they go between schools and do that. But we're actually not covering the costs of that program, but we have been able to cover the cost of that program with carryover from previous years. We've been spending that down, and now we're to the point where it's caught up. And so technically, even this increase in fee will probably not cover the program fully, but we didn't, we were a little bit concerned about trying to make it too much of an increase in a fee. And so we may need to have a conversation with the board about that, about what still will be lacking.
So in that program, students are all renting their instrument through the district? It's not like middle school where you go out and find somewhere to rent from?
The majority of students don't rent from the district. They still bring their own instrument, but we do have instruments on hand for a small number of students who choose to, and it's an $80 fee for that. And so, but by far not the number of students that are renting instruments.
Band and orchestra, correct? It doesn't count like choirs that.
It's band and orchestra, and this is a before or after school program, which is one of the reasons that technically it's not part of our normal fee schedule because they're not allowed to charge fees for elementary school. And so this is because it's an extra program that happens outside of the school hours.
Okay. So ultimately, as you see, our request here is for the consideration of options 1 or 2. Because of the fee-free pathway requirement, we're hoping for similar support in supplementing the loss of entry-level fees through either option 1, which would be kind of the most expensive, or option 2, which could be the least expensive.
Which would you choose? Which would you propose that the board choose?
You know, to be honest and fair, we discussed this in cabinet, and we had the conversation about the importance of kids being able to choose. We felt that, it's hard for us to determine what options we want those kids to have. And so that's why we went out with what we did. We felt that it was important for kids to be able to choose, and our thought was that option 1 would provide kids the ability to kind of explore across all and any and not limit them to which ones would have a fee and which ones wouldn't. And so we were certainly feeling like that was important. It also kind of is an equity part. We didn't want kids who felt like they couldn't pay a fee to kind of be forced in the options that we chose for them. And so that's kind of hard. So those are my thoughts. Cody, do you have thoughts?
Yes, we also discussed that there may be some unforeseen challenges with having a set class that is for a non-fee pathway, whereas other students in the same class may be taking it as an additional elective. It may become difficult to determine who's on the fee-free pathway and who is not within the same class. That became relevant or evident as we discussed it. And then also, it's difficult to come up with a dollar amount that adequately and correctly represents the lack of funding when not all schools are charging for all the classes that they could. That became difficult for us to determine an exact dollar amount. So that may be a low figure that you're seeing there, which is simply just the dollar amount that was collected in the school year 24-25. That's what those figures represent. So a few challenges with that option 2 that we found.
Can I ask for some clarity on that? So any student taking the class wouldn't have a fee, right? So why would we need to distinguish who is on a free pathway?
As we sat down with this group, this committee, and selected courses that met the graduation requirement, if they're taking it for that graduation requirement, there may be scenarios where students are taking additional electives outside of their graduation requirements. That was something that was mentioned as we discussed with counselors.
But they would still just get it for free, right? That class is now free.
That would be one
Okay.
option to deal with that situation. There may be other circumstances where it's beyond their 27 credits that they're taking that course.
Another challenge that we kind of talked about was teachers who teach these courses, right? Some concern that how come I have to charge the fee and their class is free to everybody, and so more kids are choosing and going into that, which is another consideration as well. So there's some comparison of where we charge, and that's why just the simple entry level class where kids are exploring and choosing that for the first time to see if they like that was something that we felt was important and just wanted to let them choose any of those.
Second or third year classes
would still have a fee.
That are on a fee structure. It's just that first.
It's the first exploratory course, in everything. We already don't charge fees in the math, English, history, and science, and so this would basically make every entry-level course, without a fee. And then once they decide, like I choose a Woods 1 as an entry level, and I really like Woods, now I want to go into Woods 2, then there would be a fee associated with that. And just kind of each pathway that a student chooses, this is what I like, and so I understand that there's going to be fees associated with that as we move forward.
I think it's important to point out that there's always a fee associated. We're assigning who will pay that fee,
That's fair.
whether it's a student or a taxpayer who is not getting the benefit of the class. So, and I just, for anyone listening, would like to emphasize, regardless of what we choose, students have choice. And as I looked at these costs, we're talking about like $10 to $15 in most cases. They're minimal costs.
Is it possible or even worth considering that if we have a single pathway that we would not have sufficient enrollment in a class and have to cancel it? Or is that just not even really in the realm of possibility?
Well, I think it's possible, right? I think as we looked at it, we looked at the courses though that seemed to, again, that were offered at every one of our middle and or high schools in these entry levels, but also that seemed to have a lot of interest, right? So as we looked at that, that's what we're looking at. But I'm sure we could identify a course that maybe isn't quite as popular, and so it is possible.
A problem.
Mm-hmm.
Are you referring to classes that maybe charge a fee, so then not enough students enroll in that because they're all taking a fee-free path?
No, if we'd only have a single free pathway and one of the classes in that pathway doesn't have enough enrollment, is that a class we would otherwise cancel because there isn't enough interest, or is that never at play?
I think if we decided on the fee-free pathway, we would probably try to offer that course anyway. So but ultimately, I mean, it is possible, right? That's what schools adjust all the time, is kind of seeing where student interest is and then having to make those hard decisions on how many sections of that class that they do offer.
Whereas administratively, if all entry-level classes were free, it would be less of an administrative.
For sure, yes.
Well, and just another clarification, a student who is on a fee waiver can take any class with no fee.
That's correct.
Regardless of this pathway.
Correct.
So,
in addition to that, there are also classes that where there are no fees that are charged. The school chooses not to charge a fee, and they could continue to do that even outside of this fee-free pathway. So there would be other classes that are free without a fee if the school chooses not to charge the fee. Yeah.
That waiver idea, is that only for required classes? Like if someone wants to do extracurricular type activities that have higher fees, there are fee waivers available for those activities as well, for those classes, or?
That is correct. Anything basically that you see, and I mean, our overnight travel trips are fee waivable, so as they're determined to be fee waivable, camps and clinics that our schools run are fee waivable, so anything on there is fee waivable. Mm-hmm.
Fee transferable maybe is a better.
That's right, ultimately. Yeah. So again, just some reminders, as we've gone through this process, you can see, there are identified prohibited fees and there are identified permitted fees that you kind of go through each of these as they're in there, that are specifically identified in the state rule. These, are identified in there. Driver education as an example, field trip activities, music instrument rental. So they've kind of pulled these and said, yep, these specifically are permitted fees. Adult education, tuition for college credits, exams, textbooks for AP, IB, and concurrent. Discretionary projects, allowing students to provide materials and pay additional fees. So these are additional fees that are permissible and available for us to charge, and are kind of identified in our website as well. So for the most extracurriculars, including equipment replacement costs. So those are that's specific language that's pulled that talks about that as we go through that. Again, just so you are reminded of what we do and what we've done is we continue to review this. The process does involve the spend plan approval forms that you see in this presentation that'll be coming up, our extracurricular fee approval form as well. But basically our staff submits these fee requests to the school principal. The principal has those conversations with those requests. They approve the spend plan and they are maintained at the school there for 4 years. And then and so again, going back to some of your questions, can a parent look at, what's there? My recommendation is always, and principals do this all the time, if you have a parent or somebody that wants to know how money is spent or, what's on that spend plan, the school is their best location. It's where, those conversations have been had and where they're held. And ultimately, I have principals all the time that are pulling up those accounts and sitting with parents who are curious. I hope parents never feel like they're going to be blacklisted or have a concern against them when they're asking those questions. And to be honest, principals are happy and trying to be as transparent as possible with those budgets and showing parents when they have questions. So I would always encourage them, as you discussed last time, to go to the building principal and have that conversation. And, they can look at spend plans, they can look at budgets, they can look at, things that are going out and just having that conversation with them. And then finally, the proposed school fee schedules are sent to us. Cody and I review what's come to us, and then we try to reflect that on the website that you'll see. Again, we always remind our principals that only fees listed on the approved schedule can be charged. So I know that was one of your other questions, is if something comes up later, can it be approved? That answer is yes. It just needs to follow the same process that we're doing now. So if in the fall, a teacher or coach comes up and says, oh my goodness, I forgot to do this, then what we could do is set up 2 more open meetings specific to that fee adjustment. But to be honest, we really try to push them to get that information so that it's done here. But that process is available. It just would require 2 public comment opportunities for our patrons to be able to talk about that particular adjustment to fees.
And would it come back to us?
No, that's here. Yeah, we would come to you just like we are now and say, hey, there's a couple fees that we got left off that have been brought to our attention. We'd like to make some adjustments. How do you feel about it? And then we'd have 2 public meetings. And then once that opportunity is done, then we could adjust our fee schedule. So that's that process. And then, so again, when we meet and talk to them, we try to tell them, really let's make sure that you're getting, your requests and that you're reviewing what you're interested in charging in this, because this is where we cover the bulk of that. And again, no fee increases can be used to subsidize or supplant other fees and review. We look at the FAQs that are on that website. I don't know if you have, but I think they're valuable. So we talk about, and the most updated one was just done in February of 2026. And it seems like there are more and more scenarios that we deal with that ultimately the state sees, and then they try to put on those FAQs on there so that we're able to kind of walk through that and see a yes or a no in a scenario. And then emphasis on spending our current funds on our current students. We really try to encourage them to do that. And then again, so our approval process, it's an ongoing effort to list our fees associated with each group. You had asked one of those questions, can one group have a charge that's the same drill team versus, and the truth is yes, because they're very independent programs and they're very specific to what they want their program to look like. And so what drill might cost at Bingham High might look different than what it costs at Riverton High. And but again, it really is up to that program and that instructor and to have the conversation so you can see, again, program needs, administrators, teachers, coaches, and advisors. They're the ones that determine those necessary resources, and then they propose the fees that they put out there. Our goal is transparency and accessing, as I mentioned before, all of that information that's available. The structure, the fee schedule includes the required as well as optional fees. It has a clear picture of the potential cost for programs, classes, and activity. School by school, they go through this process. Potential overnight travel and camp and clinic expenses are not specific in our programs, but we've kind of listed them in our fee website because they each have their own unique process that they have to follow, just as we listened to earlier. They have to go to the parents. They have to then identify the amount of money that those things cost. And so we expect them to make sure that they're following our process when they're charging those fees. And again, our website, as you see, is there, and all fees on the website are eligible for fee waivers. So here are those forms that we talk about, both for extracurricular and the curricular. And this is tentative. I'm here to kind of talk through this, but as you know, I know it's on tonight's board meeting. We have an opportunity for public to make comments regarding fees tonight. Last time on the 10th, you guys discussed that process. I think the key here is recognizing that we did determine the official date for approval is June 1st, not April 1st. So we have time if we want to adjust this, but obviously the sooner we can move forward with approving this, the sooner our schools can spend time preparing for their registration process. But know that we have flexibility and we're kind of at your mercy. So this is your thought, our recommendation. Here we are today talking about this for the first time. I've been working with Sandy in communications for an effort we'll be putting out once we know this timeline specifically, that will go out to all of our communities so that they're more aware of when these public meetings will be held. But our proposal, and March 10th is a study session. And if you didn't want to do a public meeting then, we wouldn't have to. We could continue down. But we do have until June 1st. Some of those options, as I've looked, I've kind of made some notes here. Our April 14th is a study session after that. And then April 28th would be another open meeting that potentially we could look at things until then. But this is kind of the timeline and the thought of where we could get it. Our goal is to make sure we have 2 public meetings and opportunities for our patrons to know and have a chance to come and talk about them.
What is our deadline? Assuming that's the state deadline, but when do we send this out with registration materials? Here's what you need to know. When's our deadline?
It doesn't usually happen until summer, so I think June 1st is a fair deadline. But a lot of our employees aren't in place during the summer. So ideally, and I'm just speaking for myself and the high schools maybe, but looking at those future dates, if April 28th were the last time, that would give them a month to utilize the employees that we still have in place during the month of May, because it does take a lot of people to kind of help organize information. Personally, I would rather not see us go beyond April 28th, but if needs be, we can.
Ask, how does this align with the fact that my middle schooler is quote unquote already registered for classes?
I'm going to guess what they're doing is, I'll let Cody talk, or just what do they call it, Cody?
A pre-registration or a course selection.
Yeah,
so they
their
can build
interests.
their boards, and they can identify class preferences for staffing purposes. But that's not an official registration yet.
And then you can see at the bottom of that slide, again, our proposed maximum, it's currently $10,000. Our recommendation would be that it stay there. for the next year as well. I'm going to go to the next slide. I don't remember what's on the next slide. Okay, it's just the so it's just the link to the website. As a reminder, the current website proposed changes. So when you look at that, are based on option 1. So if we were to go with option 2, we would have to go back and make some changes within our schools and on our website.
The fact that we're talking about option 1 and option 2, that's due to some recent legislation that requires all school districts to provide a free path. Does it have anything to do also with the fact that school districts were prevented from charging registration fees, or are those two separate things?
Those are two separate things. So in the rule, they identified last year this year, we couldn't charge the registration fee, and then they kind of gave us a heads up that and then in 26, 27, you have to make sure that you provide that fee-free path.
For the
Two elements of the same legislation.
Yes.
okay,
Yes.
were the registration fees being used to cover some of these fees that were for these entry level classes?
No.
Those were still being charged, right?
Correct. The registration fees were used for school-wide activities and supports, not for the individual classes that individual students signed up for.
Okay.
So that was the first phase to eliminate the registration fee, which the board backfilled that for this current year, which is very much appreciated. Now, this next year, the requirement is that we do away with the class fees that have these requirements as part of that same legislative act.
Yeah. Okay.
Ask a procedural question. So because on our website option 1 is posted, if the board votes for option 2, does that create a problem in following procedure if that wasn't publicly available?
No, I think ultimately what would happen if option 2 were selected is that we would move and go back to schools and identify to principals, hey, these entry level that we said you can't charge for, you can now charge for. Please get with your teacher, identify your spend plan, and then let's get that submitted quickly. And then we would update the website so that we still would have multiple or at least 2 public meetings with the new updated website.
Okay.
But
so
it would take us some time, right?
Meetings.
Yeah, so
Okay,
it would
that's what I
take us
was
some
wondering.
time. Yeah. But again, because we have until June 1st, that is something we certainly could do.
We make changes all throughout the process. Things are identified, they make a change, even throughout the whole process.
I wasn't sure when a clock would restart in the process, what would force a restart, but I think I get it now.
How do we decide between option 1 and option 2 without first doing our budget? Because that's a pretty significant amount of money.
So one of my questions was, what is the earliest we could get our budget spreadsheet to just kind of look at some numbers and see where this puts us and how much wiggle room we have?
It ties us in forever.
But we do that every year. We commit funds long before our budget process.
We do. It's just a hard decision for me to... I just fear that this will take us to a truth in taxation.
There's one other option. You could, without knowing the budget, you may philosophically say, I don't want taxpayers to pay for any more fees than they need to, regardless of whether we could afford it or not. So even before I know whether we can afford this, on principle, I'm choosing to spend as little taxpayer money as possible on class fees. And so let's go with option 2. And that's the way you could do it. To your initial question, how could we do this without going through the budget? That's how you could do it. You could simply say, philosophically, we don't want the broader tax base to pay for fees that they aren't benefiting directly from. So we're going to create one narrow pathway. And then
the school fees are a user tax. And
we can also drop it. We can say we're going to charge this, and then after the budget process say, no, we're not going to charge that. But we can't say we're not going to charge it and then say we are. So if you're nervous about budget, you need to choose option 2 and then possibly lower the fee.
I mean, as large as our budget, we can fit it in, but it might be knocking something else out that we.
It will always knock something else out. We can do anything we want, we just can't do everything we want.
Heard that before.
And you will again.
So I have a couple questions. I don't know why you provide all the details because, I'll go through them. And I'm not a rubber stamper. So the one I found so far is, why do we charge JTC North an additional $20 to park when they're paying a parking fee at their own school? Now all of a sudden they're paying an additional one because we put a program there instead of here, because we don't charge kids here.
The community college requires that.
But couldn't we fund that, or couldn't we wrap that into the lease or whatever? It just seems to me a little unfair to charge a kid 2 parking fees for half a day, or maybe could we waive our fee?
We do provide busing if they
School.
don't want to drive, so they're not required to drive to participate in the program.
Then they wouldn't have to pay
And
the fee.
Then they wouldn't have to pay the fee. I don't think negotiation, parking, and Salt Lake Community College all go into the same sentence. They're very workable, and I understand they have to be strict, so that's not a criticism. But I don't think there's room for negotiation there. We've worked with them over the years on that.
But we could pay it.
But if the board chose to pay that, then you could say we're going to pay for a parking pass for anyone who participates and needs it. Anything you would add, Mr. Sorensen?
No, I would agree.
That could be one of your line items in the budget.
I don't even know how much it would be. But I'd be interested. It just seemed to me a little bit weird.
Riding the free busing too.
Yeah, we are. Which is probably better for them to ride the bus.
Since we're getting into the weeds,
Oh,
I
let's
have a
take that.
question too. So if a student is taking a class, all of their costs for that class have to be disclosed here, right? I'm understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
So help me understand then. I'll give an example. One of my daughters is taking an art class that's concurrent, and a part of that class was we had to go over to the university and buy like a text as well as like some art supplies. So that to me feels like it should be contained on our fee schedule. But is it because that's not our fee, it's going to the school, that we don't see that?
That's correct. We don't collect that
So
fee.
then a parent's not prepared.
No.
That, surprise, you've got $200 extra for this class in addition to the cost of the class. So are we covering those costs the way we should in this disclosure document?
I think that's a fair question. Ultimately, concurrent being a specific line item that, where those fees can be charged. The challenge sometimes is we don't know what the college cost is going to be until they determine that. As far as, a particular, maybe a book that they have to have. But ultimately, anything that's paid to community college is hard for us to disclose minus the application fee. We know that's what it costs. So we try to identify what we can, but there might be some college course expenses that do come up.
And that doesn't require,
They don't have a June 1st deadline.
A June 1st deadline.
Yeah, we could include on those courses that may have additional fees that are out of our control. We could include additional fees for textbooks and supplies required by the college, may range from $100 to $300 or something, just so that parents know. Would that address what you're talking about, even if we're not approving a specific amount? Because I know that the board in general has been worried about making sure that parents know going in, this is what I can anticipate spending. Does that address what you're looking at?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful personally. And it's fine, right? Like it's a screaming deal, even if it costs an extra $200 for kids to take a college class. But I don't want a student to be kind of caught like, oh, we don't have that in the budget this month and you have to have it to do your first week's work, which is the case there. And so I just started, for kicks and giggles, because this is what I do for fun apparently, looking at the same class at different schools. And depending on the school, sometimes the art supplies are listed, sometimes they're not. So there just seems to be a lot of flux.
This is when we were wishing we're Murray District and we just have one school, right? But
No,
and then we're
they have zero schools now.
That's right. We currently don't. But that is the challenge, right? Is they're kind of, that's the beauty of it as well, is that they're independent, and so they don't always match exactly as to how they run their program. But I think that's the autonomy that we like to give them as they go through that and what they feel their program needs are. And just having faith that they're having that conversation with their building administrator to kind of determine where that program is. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So, but that's the expectation being set for every high school. You're saying, please include all of the potential costs.
Yes. And I
it's
like
just
superintendent's suggestion, and we can probably come up with a simple paragraph with all concurrent classes there.
That was one of the items we talked about last week, was like these surprise fees that seem to come up mid-year. And I don't want to pick on only extracurricular. So that was an example of a time where I was like, yeah, I've experienced that as a parent in classes. That's just a class that she is taking to fulfill credits.
It's an important point because we have such a level of detail on our school fees that it certainly gives you the illusion that everything's been outlined. And then when something else pops up, it's more of a surprise because of the level of detail on the school fees. So I think a consistent message just to say there may be additional fees from the college and this is the range of things, range you might expect is good communication to parents.
Is it possible to take it a half step further and include a phone number or something to call for parents to get the fees, or is that reaching?
That's probably farther than we would be able to.
Okay.
We might
I
be
would have
we might
welcomed
be
that in
creating
the class itself.
And if you did call them, I know what their answer would be. We won't know that until the fall.
Okay.
sending them into the warrens of higher ed is probably not what we want to do.
Just
but
make
I-
sure you stay on top of the range. If you're saying 1 to 300, that's the ballpark
real
doesn't
range.
change, right? Like
Triple digit
Total
fees may be charged above these.
or maybe keep it more vague. Yeah.
Yeah, additional fees.
Yes.
We'll come up with a message that is helpful but not too
I don't want to
detailed.
be on the hook for quoting.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
Well, and what at one school is like a $15 fee. The packet that I was informed I could go buy at the bookstore didn't in fact exist. So then we went to Hobby Lobby and just tried to buy everything individually. So spent around $200 in supplies. First assignment, we found out they left something off the list. I'm back at Hobby Lobby. So it's just same class, same credit varies wildly.
It comes under more scrutiny when the ones that break it out and gives more detail, it's under more scrutiny, which is probably should be the opposite.
So I think a good first step for this conversation might be option 1 or option 2. Are board members wanting more discussion, or do you feel ready to weigh in on that?
I have one.
I'm ready.
I have a couple questions, comments. On the homepage for the fees, it says these fees are established in accordance with the rules and regulations set forth by the Utah State Legislature and the Utah State Board of Education, and those were both linked. And I would love it if the Utah State Legislature link would send you to the code or the bill that lays it out. Because I clicked on that thinking, sweet, I'm going to go read this. And I was like, wait, I don't remember what number it is. I can't find that. So that was just an observation. And I wondered if there was any way we could list an estimate for travel or competition fees. For example, under esports on all the high schools, in their description it says that it's covering transportation and competition fees with that initial participation fee. And I was like, that's great. I love that. So if we could list somehow, I don't know how everyone else feels, just giving that estimated range, right? Like last year there was a trip taken and it cost between this much and this much. And just so, or mentioning something maybe on the homepage of the high school tab under student travel fees that traveling and different things need parent support, right, to a certain extent in order to go on those trips. And I don't know. Does that make sense, what I'm asking, trying to get at, to see if we can't add a little more transparency so parents know that there might be added travel and competition fees?
Problem that is you create an expectation that may be completely unfulfilled in both directions, higher, less.
You can't say that potential travel might include this amount of money.
Our
So
thought,
many variables to
yeah,
that.
there really are. And again, our thought with why we just include the link is because that will then take you to our processes for each of those. So it's on the website, but as you click and you go into that, there's a process for them to go through overnight travel. There's going to be a parent meeting. There's going to be a breakdown of what those potential fees cost. You're going to have an opportunity as a parent to say yay or nay to this particular trip. So we've always just kind of felt, because there are so many variables and where they all just have different plans and ideas and what it looks like. And one program might be traveling more than another program, but ultimately every time they go through that process, a parent is expected to be informed of what that is. And it's always a good reminder that just because a group travels doesn't mean that student or parent, has to pay to have their kids travel. They can choose. That's just not a trip that we're going to do. And our policy breaks down that if a parent chooses that, they don't, it doesn't impact their position on a team. It doesn't impact all of those things that are identified in our policy. So I think the details are in the policy. Which is where they can best be found in both that, in those scenarios, I think.
What about, would it be helpful if there were a statement in here about if you would like to inquire about potential travel or past travel with these teams, you can contact an administrator? Are you wanting to give them a resource to budget to say, okay, they typically travel, it's...
Yeah,
What I could say is our programs all have a disclosure as well, right? So ultimately, as they prepare and present, kind of going into that, this is, we have an expectation of them kind of laying that out in their disclosures. They put that out for people. So that just trying to get the detail here it could be complicated when the program is unique and identified at that school.
The spirit of that program and the prerequisites and that whole process is the same spirit here. No parent walks into a trip blind. They've had numerous opportunities to know exactly what they were walking into. That's the spirit of the fee schedule. I just worry that if we pick up that and dump it onto this, that gets really heavy pretty soon.
Yeah, I agree.
I have one more question. Why I voted no last year, and I brought the concern up last week, is I think that there needs to be a way that a parent can voice concerns without the threat of a coach or teacher. A lot of people have contacted me. Probably most of the fee schedule calls come to, well, I can't say that to my coach. So I don't know what happened to that in the conversation from last week, but are we working on that? Is that still something that we're going to try to do, or is that like we're not going to do that?
We encourage people to address it at the school level. even if they don't talk to their coach, a lot talk with the athletic director or administration. We have the SOS page. We have the people who contacted you. They can contact board members. But we had not, based on the previous discussion, created an additional channel specifically for fees. Since there's the fraud hotline, there's SOS, there are other options, but if the board directs us to do that, we can certainly establish a separate hotline for fees. It's also school specific, that it's most helpful addressed at the lowest level, and I understand sometimes talking with a coach feels high stakes, but maybe an athletic director or principal administrator. That's the preferred route. There are anonymous options as well, multiple options. But again, directed by the board, we can set up another channel specific to fees.
I seem to remember in our discussion 2 weeks ago on this that we had kind of thought about putting just a statement somewhere on the fee website that said, if you have concerns about fees with your student and your sport, we encourage you to contact your administrator. So if we could put that maybe under resources or on the home page, that would suffice for me, and list the SOS page or something.
I'd like to list the SOS, but at least if you have concerns, talk to your administrator would be a good step. It's probably not where I want to go, but and I hadn't forgotten when people had called me that I could have them do the SOS. I do remember it. We had a good discussion with that, but I just want people to be able to be a part of that discussion, because I think it was Bryce that says they've the ones that put this together, and why are we voting against what they want in their program? And I agree with that, but at the same time, I just want to make sure they really did agree with it, and it wasn't a coach that put some things together, and an overzealous parent board. Like we'd have any of those, but anyways.
I've highlighted what's currently there. As you can see, again, we do have school principals have been designated as the administrators of the school fees and fee waivers. Consequently, you should direct questions regarding fees and fee waivers to your principal. So we do have that statement in there, but we can certainly
Put a star
make
next
some more.
to it.
What's that?
Can we put a star next to it or something?
I could just highlight it like that, but yeah.
I guess with that statement and a way I can forward them, I'm probably okay with that. It's not exactly where I want to go, but I think I'm okay with that.
I do want people to know that whatever their comfort level, there's some way that they can express concern over a fee.
That was my concern.
Yeah.
I think there's two issues, Daryl. Do they have resources, and do they know about them?
Yeah.
And I am very confident that they have resources. So now the question is, how much is it on us to make them aware of what resources they have? I don't want to go too far to one side, but I don't want to go too far to the other side.
You don't want to
If
have
we're
a big
drawing attention, hey, if you don't like the fee schedule,
Hit
here's
this
your
button.
resources.
Yeah.
We're sending the message that we're aware that this might be a bad fee schedule. But if we don't say that, then there are legitimate concerns. And so I am very content that they have resources, that we've placed all the resources in place to handle that issue. Whether or not they know about it and we need to do more than this, I don't know. I don't think we do.
Really good perception. Thanks. I'm satisfied.
So can we go back to the option 1, option 2 question for a minute? Are we at that point? Okay. Maybe I can just invite each board member to share their feeling. Is everyone comfortable there? Let's start on this side. Mr. Barnett, what are you
good.
thinking?
I just finished my speech.
Oh, fantastic.
So yeah,
I'm rolling. Okay, go.
So imagine if this legislation hadn't passed a few years ago. Do you think we would be here discussing whether or not to remove all the fees from our entry-level classes? I think that's highly unlikely, right? because of the legislation, we're being pushed in this direction. But without the legislation, I think all of us here were comfortable with leaving fees on all entry-level classes and requiring families to pay those fees. And we had fee waivers as an option for families that were on tight budgets, right? I think we were all comfortable with that. So option 2, which is not the one on the website now.
The minimal.
Yeah. The minimal one is the closest option to that philosophy, right? Where we spend the least amount of taxpayer money on those fees. Option 1 is kind of a complete abandonment of that philosophy, where we say we're going to push all entry-level fees onto the taxpayers. And I think part of the danger there is that there are a lot of families who are capable of paying those fees and who are now going to push those fees onto the taxpayers. That bothers me. And so my position, my recommendation is that we go with option 2. Yeah, option 2. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Demford?
I am the father of 10 children. I have paid a lot of school fees, and I came into this position on the board wishing that weren't the case, wishing that school fees were minimal. And as a board member, as I stepped out of that father who paid a lot role and looked at the fairness of school fees, I became a major advocate for school fees. There are things my widowed mother does not need to pay for that I should pay for because my child is involved in that program. And so I would strongly rather pay school fees than push that on the taxpayer. I was opposed to the legislation when it was being proposed. I'm proposed now. They will take me kicking and dragging, and this is one of those opportunities where I am not going to go beyond what they are forcing me to do because I was opposed to them forcing me to do it in the first place. All those elderly people out there do not need to be paying for my child to take ceramics. That is our choice, and so I strongly prefer doing only, look at the music.
I know, that felt so dramatic.
I didn't do that.
I strongly propose doing only what we are forced to do as a message to say this is not something we would be doing if you weren't forcing our hand. So I strongly favor option number 2. Let me be clear, as the father of 10 who has paid a lot of those fees, I know what I'm talking about. But it's still more fair for me to pay those fees than for those who don't have children in the system to pay them. So I'm for option 2.
I feel like there's a rousing agreement here.
You got an actual drum roll on yours.
Yeah, that's right.
Even quiet. It's not even a violin or anything.
Ms. Barrow? Sounds good. We're going to wait for the door. That's Bingham thanking us for our vote. Just kidding. I have no idea what that is.
I'm going to put the microphone really close to my mouth so maybe we can hear. I appreciate the comments that have been said before. I tried to write down some of my thoughts. So I'm all discombobulated. The way I have been feeling is that I would like to provide opportunities for all learners. I feel like our society has moved away from supporting teachers, supporting public education, And I would like there to be more of a rallying cry around supporting students. And I would push back on the statement made that taxpayers wouldn't benefit from supporting students. I think if we support our students and our teachers, that they would then go out into the community and support our communities and our local economy. And I am willing to ask our taxpayers to support learning for all students for the next generations up and coming. And I am leaning towards option 1.
Dr. Robinson.
As the new owner of the Lifetime National Park Pass, and when we talk about elderly, we all know we're talking about me. I like options for everyone. I really do. But I don't think the legislators really wanted us to pick option 1. They didn't flip the bill and give us a fiscal note on this and help us in any way. It's always hard to give a lot and take it back. And it's equally hard to make a big decision like this on a night that you haven't been able to think about it and talk to people about it. So I propose we accept option 2 tonight, but have another discussion in a week or two when we do the final, and have a discussion at that point. And by then we might see our budget. So after we get our budget, maybe see how this all fits in. I'd rather go option 2, which is a little less, but have another discussion about option 1.
I am undecided. For that reason, I would support option 2 because it keeps both options still on the table after I hear from the community. I connect with everything that's been said. I just don't know where I'm going to land yet.
While I'm not trying to put undue pressure on any elderly members of our community, someone was paying for them to get an education also when they were kids, but that's not what I'm thinking of. I'm still thinking of option 2 because it would be at a savings of approximately $400,000, and there are things that I would like to see that money used for. It's a significant amount of dollars.
All right. I am also option 2. I know that I've said this, but I just want to reiterate, we are not limiting students' choices. All of the choices are still there. And if there is a priority, come knock on my door. You can do it short for $10. I really feel like this is not an exorbitant fee that we're discussing. We're talking about something quite minimal. And I keep asking myself, would I call my mom and say, hey, my daughter wants to take choir, will you pay? I wouldn't. I would pay it because it's my daughter. And so I feel like many of you that I would prefer to just provide a pathway as the law requires and provide the same options to everyone and the same fee waivers that already exist for those who are in dire straits with finances. So from what I'm hearing, it seems like we have a majority who favor option 2. So can we ask you to,
I'll make it official. President, I move that we direct staff to go back and adjust this fee schedule based on option 2, not option 1.
I'll second.
Right, we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Mr. Barnett, to adjust the fee schedule to reflect option 2.
Are we going to bring this back again at a later date and have another discussion, or are we not?
You'll see it multiple times.
So we could move it to option 1 later.
Can I ask, if you were to do that, all of this would disappear because it's a website. Like, do I need to hurry and print it? Will I still be able to look at option 1 later and compare them side by side?
We would just create probably a second website. Yeah. I mean, that's
That's what I
we'd
was
have to-
hoping we
That's
would
what we'd
see
have to
tonight.
work to do. So
Okay.
see if we can
Just add old to the
replicate
current
it.
page.
Yeah, we'll have to see what we can do to
Then you
replicate.
can give us a link to that page.
Currently we have a website for our current fees and a website for our proposed fees. I'll have to check with communications to see what it'll take to get a third website.
And if not, honestly, I will go home and hit print. It's okay.
I'll speak for communications. We can get another website. We can just copy this one and then make the adjustments necessary and keep this in place. But we would probably limit access to that site so that there's only one public site and that you have access to the information if you want to compare, because we don't want to confuse. The other thing I'll say is that we can always do whatever work is required for you to get to an answer that you feel you had good information for. We're going to move forward with the assumption that it would be a significant change for you to go back on what you've just decided. That option is still out there. You want to be able to make comparisons. This isn't a final decision, but it's worth investing the time of putting together those spend plans, working with a number of teachers at every high school to move forward with an option 2, because that's where the momentum is and that's where the board's formal decision is at this point, because it will take some work to develop that. But in order for us to be prepared, we need to start that work. So I never want the board to feel like you can't make a different decision, but I just want you to be aware, as Mr. Sorensen pointed out, then we'll start moving toward that, down that path of creating spend plans and fee schedules and the website that reflect option 2.
Thanks for putting in the extra work.
Nope.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of the motion to move to option 2, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously.
Can I just, as we're looking at the timeline here, ultimately, we'll see if we can be back by March 10th. So maybe we'll propose kind of a different timeline. My thought is we'll hold off submitting anything out to the community until we have that next website created, and then we'll look at it. So we'll target March 10th as our next opportunity, and if we can't get there, we'll focus on March 24th.
That sounds
But we have
great.
till June 1st. So.
And we do have public comment on our agenda. I think we continue holding public comment
Why
tonight.
not? There's no reason not to.
More opportunities, the better, in my opinion. Everyone okay with that?
I would assume, though, you would have to have one more, because tonight wouldn't be official. They don't really have to see it. I don't know.
Can I ask
Oh, we just
another?
changed the budget.
Yeah, in case people are interested in or planning to come because they looked at it. Can I ask another question? I noticed on the fee schedule there are some summer programs listed. Are these summer program? When does this fee schedule take effect? Is it June or August?
And maybe I'm going to say we can probably make it apply for the 26-27 year, typically starts in August.
In August.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have our business meeting beginning at 6:30. Are board members ready for a break? Or would you like to try to get one more?
Do we have a sense of how long the next item? Yes.
I suspect we'll have questions on this item.
So I was guessing it might be a hard one to get through, but
We could
Start it by
go out of
project.
order and go to 1E that I think potentially would be shorter. I don't know. As sure as I try to predict, I am wrong.
I feel fine about taking a break right now. But I also feel fine about not. But
All right. How do you feel about coming back? I'm sorry, facilities. If we come back to you following the business meeting, I apologize for keeping you here.
oh,
So
actually, I don't want to take a break. I forgot about this.
Yeah.
I think that they are very likely to stay for the conversation since bids are near the end anyways.
Oh,
but,
okay, okay.
It would be extending their night a little. They love it. Look at them.
You can see the Tuesday night fever in their eyes.
We could take some of that time off, though, if we just spend a few minutes right now.
Okay. Is that
I'm ready to go.
Yeah. So this next agenda item is to go over the bids you will be voting.
Right.
on.
It's a good point. It's a good conversation to have before.
So if,
Okay.
Thank you.
if we bid on it or if we vote on it before you hear about it, it may feel a little backwards.
Good point. Let's just soldier through. We've got this. If you disagree, speak now. Okay. Let's move on to item 1D, the summer 2026 capital outlay project review. We will invite Mr. Scott Thomas, who is the Administrator of Auxiliary Services, and Mr. Dave Rostrom, who is the Director of Facility Services, and Mr. Ian Roberts to the table. And turn it over to Mr. Barnett and Mr. Demford.
I appreciate my name being there, but I'm just going to turn it straight over to facilities unless you had something you wanted to mention.
I just want to point out that Dave gets better and better and better at his estimated costs.
They look
There
good
was
this
a
year.
time when they came back all over the board and we never really knew. Dave, this is impressive.
Well, usually we like to be a little bit closer than we
But
were this
still.
time, but, we've been looking for this bidding climate for about 10 years.
Prefer that you move this direction rather than the over.
Yeah, like I say, we've been looking for this bidding climate for a long time. It's finally becoming a good, we're getting some good competitive bids.
We think we've turned a corner. People are hungrier for work and more people are bidding. So things have become more competitive, which is driving the price down. So we're excited for this. Any questions you have regarding, we can go through each one by one, or you can ask any specific questions that you have.
The Elkridge bid is not on here.
That is correct. So we've given you an estimate of what Elkridge will probably be. And it'll come back either in April or May.
April for that time.
April. Yeah, so that it's being designed now as we speak.
And you can see we put a cost estimate on the bottom of that summary of what we believe that'll come in at.
But it's well within budget now.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, can I ask a question then? Since we're so under budget, do we ever go back and look at what was the next one proposed by the facilities committee to see if we can add it, or are we
Only if it's
done
gone
with
out
that?
to bid. At this point, to go back and send something out to bid.
It's too late.
It's too late.
Okay.
Why we always want to send that extra, but I think.
So that's why the Elkridge.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Elkridge, we're not so far behind.
Happy we made that decision. So maybe we can just keep in mind that we were frugal this year, and Finance Committee can consider that with their budget next year.
And I don't know if you looked at the books, you were satisfied, but I can tell you from my perspective on the Finance Committee, there is no concern with me at all going forward and even anticipating approving the Elkridge project. So quite frankly, my proposal is that we approve all of these and that we plan on approving the Elkridge. I still, we're we're doing well with our budget.
How long until Elk Ridge comes?
April, he said.
April. Mm-hmm.
That give them enough time to get started this?
It will. Yep.
But I'm so used to seeing red here. I'm so used to seeing red here, and it's just my mind is boggled that we did so well. So great job.
What was
Over
our
on one.
original budget that we were working in?
14.5 or 7.5. Sorry.
Just a special note, we were able to, I just want to let you know, we did work with the community center at Daybreak. We were in close contact with them. We met with their staff a couple of times, walked them through the plan. They took it to their board, and their board approved it. And then they recommended we do a project proposal presentation. So we went, was it last Tuesday night? And no one showed. So we took that as a good sign.
I had a couple parents reach out to me to say, why are you doing this?
Yeah.
This isn't necessary.
Mhm.
But we're not doing it because, it wasn't necessary. The words they used were, this is up and beyond, I don't know.
Okay.
But I just think, given the legal status and the law that's come forward, this is a wise thing to do.
Yeah. Thank you.
Definitely enhance the safety program.
Right.
Yeah, we feel good about it.
So I'm ready to approve the bids.
Anyone have questions that you need answered prior to being able to approve bids in the business meeting?
So if we add the 1.2 for Elk Ridge to the 5.9, we're at 7.1. Am I reading these numbers correctly?
I think we was just under, wasn't we?
The 5.9 million,
That would be correct.
That was quick.
Awesome. I'll take it.
Good work.
Well, thank you.
I told you, as sure as I predicted that it would have questions, there wouldn't be any, right? So you're welcome.
Still got time for a break.
We still
This
have
is a long process, and we appreciate you hanging in there with us for months. This just is kind of an ongoing process, so thank you.
Thank you. You have proven yourselves over and over. We're very grateful.
So can I ask one quick question? If we had not pulled West Jordan out, how complicated would this be? If West Jordan had been part of our summer projects, I can't even imagine how that would have complicated this whole summer projects.
Yeah, that pretty much would have encompassed the whole budget for just even one phase at the West Jordan. So
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Remember what we did with Bingham?
Yeah.
We were so discouraged because nothing else could be done.
Right.
I think it was such a wise decision to say we're going to fund that separately, and we still have a summer projects budget.
Yep. And we're ready. We're on track for that as well. That comes back in May to the board. So they're on track. They're designing the entire project, which will be much better than every year coming back. It'll just be one large design. So
thank you. Kudos to this board. I think that was
Yeah.
a very wise decision.
Something else I wanted to mention, Bryce, is that there was a decision made last year, I think, that has simplified this process, which was to give facilities their own budget for, was it HVAC and roof, or was it just HVAC?
Yes. Yeah.
There were some
There's a
separate
few. And
separate budgets kind of
fields.
set aside.
There's a few.
We're never going to miss another opportunity to thank you again for that.
Yeah, I appreciate that
nice.
point. It really
Yeah.
removed the decision making on things that just need to happen.
Yeah.
Right.
And then it instead of it just allowed us to focus on real projects instead of needed maintenance.
Yes. Perfect.
And let that be an example that committee work really does make a difference for this board.
we've got a couple bids outside of the summer projects that you'll see tonight as a result of that additional funds.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a break until our business meeting. So we will resume at 6:30. Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education business meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, and we have joining us today all members of the Board of Education, as well as our superintendent, associate superintendent, our business administrator, and our board attorney. And we are excited to have a room full of students. These are our favorite things, to have students in the boardroom. So let's go ahead and get right to business. We're welcoming Copper Hills High School today. We're excited to hear from them, and we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance and flag ceremony by the Copper Hills Azurettes. Oh, wait, the Pledge of Allegiance, we're not doing the Pledge of Allegiance, just the national anthem, right? Okay, sorry, I'm already messing up. Okay, do we stand?
One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you to the brass ensemble who performed the national anthem. That was such a treat. Very, very beautiful. Okay. And golly, I was looking on this side of the room, but I also wanted to recognize Brinley Taylor, who is signing the national anthem. Thank you. I need to pay better attention. Okay, so the members of the brass ensemble who just played for us were Ben Rollins, Brennan Holt, and Andy Bodden. We will now invite Taylor Larson for our reverence.
Our Father in heaven, we're so very grateful for this day, for the wonderful opportunity we have to meet together as board leaders and as members of Copper Hills High School to be able to share our ideas with each other. Father, we're so very grateful for these board members and for everything they do for us and for our district, and especially for our school. Please bless that as we have this meeting tonight, that we can share our ideas and share our concerns with each other. And please bless that we can have a good rest of our week, and that we can continue to do the things that we need to do. Which, Father, we're so very grateful for all that was given us, and we leave these things with you in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Okay, we'll now have the Copper Hills Celebration of Schools, and we'll invite the SBO President, Ashlyn Simpson, to the mic.
Okay, President George, Superintendent Godfrey, and members of the board. I'm Ashlyn Simpson, the student body president of Copper Hills High School. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak to you guys today about my pride and joy, Copper Hills. I could talk about Copper Hills for probably a couple hours, but I know you guys are so busy, so I'll save you the time and I'll cut it down to just a few minutes. Copper Hills is built on principles of service, inclusion, diversity, and spirit. Our theme for the year, Lift While We Climb, isn't just a model for us, it's a principle that guides our actions every single day. Here are just a few examples of how we live this theme. We have the biggest high school blood drive in the state of Utah. This past drive, we collected more than 165 units of blood, which are being processed into as many as 495 separate blood products that will directly support patients at the Huntsman Cancer Institute and the University of Utah hospitals. Copper Hills is also officially recognized by the Special Olympics as a National Unified Champion School. Our inclusion program is one of the largest in the state. While many schools are able to send 1 to 3 teams to compete in Special Olympics events, Copper Hills proudly sends 6 teams to compete. This shows our commitment to making sure every student feels seen, supported, and celebrated. We also take pride in the diversity within our school community. We offer students many opportunities to be involved in clubs as well as established affinity groups. These groups each have a leadership development class, including Latinos in Action, Black Student Union, People of the Pacific, Asian American Student Association, and Gay Straight Alliance. Our favorite assembly of the year is our International Assembly, where we get to see many different performances and traditions from our affinity groups and learn more about their cultures. It's a reminder to us that strength comes from learning together and seeing viewpoints outside of our own. Our school spirit is another defining characteristic. This year, Copper Hills was ranked #1 student section in the state of Utah and placed in the top 8 nationally. The pride and love we have for our school and players is unmatched. We show up for our teams, not just when we're winning, but in every season. We are dedicated to lifting every student towards their future. We provide robust, original, and recovery credit support to ensure every student has a clear pathway to graduation. We are a district leader in post-secondary readiness, offering a vast array of concurrent enrollment classes that allow students to get a significant head start on their college careers. Finally, through our winter charity, Pause for a Cause, our school and community raised over $227,000 this year, nearly $250,000. These funds will go directly back into our community and feeder schools to assist families with medical emergencies, funeral expenses, school lunch debt, class fees, and other necessities. We are thrilled that these funds also will be able to support our brand new Grizzly Hub, a place where students are able to receive help physically, emotionally, and financially, whether that's taking a shower, washing some clothes, learning how to cook a meal, or grabbing some food for the weekend. I've learned that Copper Hills is so much more than just a school. It's a community, and it's a family. Our theme, Lift While We Climb, and the examples we just shared show what Copper Hills represents, doing what's best for our students. We don't just focus on ourselves, we lift others up on our path to success. We are deeply grateful for the opportunity we have been given to be able to celebrate our school with you. Thank you for having us. I also just wanted to give you each a pin of our school theme that we created. So we just want to hand that out. This is something that we designed as a student government and something that we tried to give out to all of our students. And if it's okay with you guys, I'm asking permission if we have our band here, and if you guys would like, we were wondering if we could maybe all step out into the hall to watch and hear their music, if that's okay with you guys.
We would love to hear the band perform, but can I make a request? After the music, will you come back so that we can shake your hands and give you a pin of our own?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, let's head out into the main area.
I just want.
I know I have it. I've got a double on my lanyard down. I was gonna say, okay. Wow, that was so fun. What a treat for us. It is easy to see why you're the most spirited school in Utah. How fun. Okay, I would love to take just a minute and invite anyone here who is a parent or an employee or someone who is here supporting the students at Copper Hills to stand up and let us give you a round of applause. We recognize that all of the cool things we saw today are largely due to your efforts. Thank you. All right, any student who is still with us, we would love to invite you to stand and then just start on this end of the dais and come across. We have a pin for you. I know that we don't have drill in here or the band, so we will send some extras, and we hope that you will express our amazing wonder. We definitely appreciate you being here tonight and the incredible things that you're doing in your community. So go ahead and stand up and come on down there. So fun.
See you guys.
Grab a pen. I know you guys look like collectors, so. Thanks for being here. Sure grateful for all you do. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here and for all that you do at Copper Hills. Grab a pen, please. I love your passion. Thanks for coming.
Well done today.
Grab a pen.
Yeah, good to be with you guys
For
tonight.
being here and for all you do. Thank you. Yeah, grab a pen, please.
Nice to meet you.
I love it. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for
so
coming.
much. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for coming
all that
today.
you do. Yep,
Thanks for
grab a
coming.
pen. I know I should be saying
Thanks for
grab
coming
five
tonight.
and give them to everybody that we missed. Can I send a few extras home with you? I don't know. I wish I had something to put them in for you. We could just give him the envelope. Yeah, here, why don't we do this? Just give him the envelope. I'm going to give you this envelope. And I feel like I'm going to put all these in it too. And if you run out, you got my number, I think.
Probably, huh?
Thank you so much. That was really fun.
I am going to snag one of those.
We need to order more pigs. No, that was awesome. Okay. Now, we love having students attend board meeting, but we understand how busy you all are, especially after hearing you're celebrating school. So we are not offended. If you need to leave, feel free to step out whenever you need to, but also you are welcome to stay. Okay, let's go ahead and move into resolutions of appreciation with Ms. Dean.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Danielle Megan Finlay Hunsaker, Instructional Assistant. Alexandria Lund, Instructional Assistant. Myra Lurker, Instructional Assistant. Roylyn Richards, Custodian.
Thank you. Let's now move into board member recognitions. Board members have something to share?
I have invited a student here tonight that I would like to recognize, and she can make her way to the front as I explain. So tonight I'd like to honor Sammy Longy from South Jordan Middle. Sammy was the only student from Jordan School District to earn a spot in the Utah Junior High Middle School All-State Band. This group, let's give her a hand. This group is selected from the best band students across the state, as her teacher, Ms. Johnson, would say, the creme de la creme. Not only did Sammy secure a spot in this elite group, but her spot was in percussion, which is the most competitive section. She did all of this without any outside help. No adults coached her or were involved in the audition process in any way. At the concert, Sammy played wonderfully and represented her school and district flawlessly. She is an incredible musician and not just percussionist. She also plays piano, bass, and sings, and is an amazing student as well. We are so proud to have her represent Jordan School District and be a student at South Jordan Middle. If we could shake your hand, Sammy, and I have a pin for you.
How fun, thank you. Other board members?
So I have been thinking about engaged citizens recently because I have been seeing examples of engaged citizens in our in families and also in our teachers. And these are some of the examples that I've seen recently. I was seeing our District 6 PTSA reps up at the Capitol and the way that they advocate and interact with our elected representatives, I think is an excellent example of being engaged citizens. Also, as our members of the PTAs and PTSAs work together and volunteered their time and efforts to provide just very specifically this past month, meals and snacks for teachers during parent-teacher conferences. And I've been to several school community council meetings over the past month also, where I've seen parents and even grandparents participating and giving input in how they would like trust lands money to be spent, and just giving input for their schools. And so I feel like that is such a good example to our students of at home engaged citizens. And also I am just always struck by how many teachers and students from the Jordan School District participate in the West Jordan Community Band. There's even a Jordan School District administrator and it's a Jordan School District teacher that are the conductors of the band, and they volunteer their time and talents and effort to do something that benefits and just really provides a way for people in the community to express themselves through music. And I feel like that is such a great example of being an engaged citizen. I also wanted to mention the We the People competition at West Jordan Middle School, and how amazing it is that every 8th grader participates. And I really appreciate the effort from the social studies department with Ms. May and Mr. Shields, and the effort they put into helping these students prepare and learn more about the Constitution and the United States government. And I really appreciate the effort that the students put into it. So I just have been thinking about engaged citizens, and I just wanted to shout out the people that I've seen in our district recently modeling this behavior. I really appreciate it.
I've got some more. So I was able to attend our Student Body Officer Day on the Hill recently, and that was a lot of fun. I love seeing our student body officers engage with our legislators, going up there and seeing what it's like at the state capitol, and to be able to sit on the House floor with legislators and catch their ear for a minute and talk to them. Also, shout out to our bus driver, Miss Emily. She dressed up like George Washington and made it a day never to forget. She was amazing. Also, I'd like to recognize South Valley School. They had their Flying Around the States project presentations last week, and every class picked a different state and
the administration make it so much fun, and they get it on the intercom and they say, you know, our flights are now departing, and everyone rotates classrooms and visits each classroom, their state, and learns about a different state. And pretty much every class had like a little photo booth, and so I had them take my picture, and I went to New York and Wyoming and Idaho and Florida, and it was just so much fun to see these students and all of the hard work that they put into presenting these projects. So
I'd like to say something. Mine's not about schools per se, but it's about our legislators. I just wanted to thank them for their hard work. I know it's really easy for us to be critical and knowing how the bills impact us, but I spent some time recently comparing our legislators to the other 49 states, and man, we get a lot done in a short period of time. Some of those guys are in session for 6 months. They do a really, really good job, and great things are being said by them, but I know that we're in the battle sometimes. It's easy to say, hey, we hate this bill or whatever, but I think if we step back and look, they are our partners, and you know, I just wanted to thank them. They got a really hard job for at least 6 weeks.
Thank you for all of those. And if I can just add, while we're talking about engaged citizens, a huge thank you to our Associate Superintendent, Mike Anderson, who has been coordinating a lot of these events, a lot of the experiences with legislators, and who is honestly imperative on the Hill. I have had, as I've spoken to different legislators, one running theme has been, we are so grateful for Mike. He's the person we go to when we have a question about a bill or when we need ideas or understanding. So thank you so much for those efforts. And I'll also add to that John Larson, who has been a fierce advocate, especially this session on the Hill, speaking in committees and really moving the needle. We are so grateful for those efforts. I also wanted to give an additional shout out. I know it's been the Copper Hills night, but there's always something to celebrate. It was fun for me to see that a lot of our clubs are starting to have their competitions. And at the DECA competition, they elect, I don't know if it's the right word, but a student to be the president over all of Utah's DECA chapters. And this year, that president will be represented by a Copper Hills student. And I am horrible at pronouncing names, so I hope that I do this fairly. But, and now my, Akon Atem? Nope. Yes, okay. We're so proud. Thank you for representing not only your school, but the state of Utah. That's very exciting. Others, are there any others who had board recognitions? I don't want to, okay, perfect. Then with that, let's move over to superintendent recognitions.
All right, thank you very much. I want to highlight the work that's been done by a number of schools and several departments at the district level to help exit schools from TSI status, specifically for the multi-language learner group. TSI status is targeted school improvement, and schools are placed in the category of TSI or ATSI if they've been in TSI for 3 years or more, when a particular group of students is not scoring at a particular level, it's a combination of scores, or they haven't seen adequate improvement. And we have a list of schools that have been working with training from Language and Culture Services and our assessment group, our assessment department, Ben and Brooke and others in that area. They've trained them on how to improve those scores, and our folks are so good that we took over the state training just to provide that in-house to be sure that we were moving schools forward. And this is a lift from a lot of people that I'm not able to properly recognize. A lot of work from teachers, from families, from students, school level staff, departments. working together to improve scores specifically for our multi-language learner group. And so the following schools are no longer, they have exited TSI or ATSI. So they have moved out because of improving scores for that particular group. And that's Midas Creek, Riverton Elementary, Rose Creek, Welby, Monta Vista, South Jordan Elementary, Sunset Ridge Middle School, and Terra Linda Elementary School. So that's a huge accomplishment, a lot of hard work, and a lot of students benefiting and on the road to continued academic improvement. I'm just really proud of the efforts here. It's a big deal, and I just want to highlight all of those schools and the many, many people who have made that improvement possible, and we're just going to continue to make progress with those students at those schools and move other schools out of TSI as well for this and for other groups. So it allows us to really focus, as if we said, if your whole school was made up of this particular group of students, how would your school be doing? Instead of allowing numbers to get lost in the averages, it's how's this particular group doing to be sure we're meeting the needs of every student. It fits in with Portrait of a Graduate, it fits in with the goals established by the board, and I'm really excited to see this progress. So congratulations to these schools and everyone who's made this possible, families, students, teachers, school staff, and district staff.
That is so exciting. Thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, we will now move into our public comment period. We have a couple of items for public comment tonight. So I'll just outline how we receive public comment overall, and then we'll kind of call this out in specific order. So the Board of Education encourages public engagement, and we value input from our residents, students, and employees. But a couple of reminders: we will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. If you have concerns on that vein, please feel free to email board members directly. Those wishing to have comments heard by the board are asked to list the topic they intend to discuss, as well as their name on the sign-up document or email. Hopefully, anyone hoping to speak saw that sign-up as you came in. Please keep your comments age appropriate, as we are broadcasting these meetings on YouTube. And the board does not discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda. So we may ask staff to follow up on issues raised, or we may address them at a future meeting. But just a reminder that silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message given. The board will take public comment at this time on, and then we always will hear in-person comments first, and then we'll move into emailed comments. And both in-person and emailed comments can last a maximum of 3 minutes. So please be respectful of that time. We have a timer up here, and when you hear the beep, that time is up. And remember that when you're called to the podium to state your name. So prior to opening up to general public comment, we want to give an opportunity for public comment on student fee schedule for the 2026-27 school year. So this is an item that was just introduced at the study session today, but we want to make sure we give an opportunity specifically for that topic. Is there anyone here who had intended to speak on fees? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move into just general public comment, and we will use the sign up. So first of all, we have, let's see, Chris Kuhlemeyer. I'm sorry if I ruined your name, please fix it. And then following Chris, we'll have Darius Matthews.
Well, good evening, board. My name is Chris Kuhlmeyer. Pretty good. I serve as the director of bands at Copper Hills High School and as the personnel chair for the West Jordan Community Band. Thank you, Ms. Dean, for your recognition. So much fun there. I just wanted to point out tonight that I understand that it's up for discussion for potential investment in the construction of field houses across our district. Particularly at Copper Hills High School, I feel, as do many of my colleagues, as I'm sure you'll hear tonight, that this opportunity will pose nothing but fantastic opportunities for our students to succeed. Currently, we are experiencing an overcapacity of our current athletic facilities, not just for athletic purposes. While our athletic teams are doing exceptional things, both on and off the field and court, we are jam-packed. We have so many teams that are using these facilities all day, from 6 a.m. all the way till 10 p.m., which is fantastic for them that we have such a healthy athletic department to be using that much space for that much time. My concern rests in presently additional groups outside of athletics who are often in need of additional space that can only be accessible in the form of these large indoor facilities such as a gymnasium. For example, the band program has multiple needs and multiple auxiliary teams that perform in these environments, such as our indoor percussion ensembles, as well as our 2 color guard teams that perform and compete throughout the winter. Presently, those groups are having to rehearse at middle schools, which, while sounds good in theory, it entails packing 2 trailers every single school day with our equipment that we normally use in class, schlepping that over to the middle schools, unpacking, rehearsing, and then returning, adding countless hours of equipment management to our student and our instructors' schedules. And while we're happy to do that, we feel that it may be more effectively addressed if we had more facilities available on campus. Additionally, we are experiencing incredible growth across the band program. Despite numbers across the school relatively capping out and going low, our program is continuing to grow, both in the band capacity as well as our color guard and percussion capacities. With that, we are hopeful to introduce more opportunities during the school day for these ensembles to rehearse, such as our color guard. And with that, we would need additional facilities that aren't already being used by our fantastic athletics department or our physical education department. For myself, for our dance, for our performing arts, and other student affiliations on campus, we would love nothing more than another opportunity to expand our physical space across campus. If you have questions, you know where to find me. Thank you so much for your time and your efforts.
Thank you. And thank you again for an awesome performance tonight. Okay, Darius Matthews, and then we will hear from Morgan Madsen.
Hi, I'm Darius Matthews. Appreciate being here with you guys, giving me a little bit of time to speak about the field house option. I'm the new head coach at Copper Hills. I just got the job last year. This is my 2nd season. I'm very happy to be there. Been a part of the Jordan School District since I was in kindergarten. I went to Terra Linda, went to Columbia, went to Joe P., went to West Jordan. Now I teach at Copper Hills. Taught at Rivers Edge, so I've been a part of the district for a long time. I think a field house would be incredibly important, and I think it would boost the morale at Copper Hills, not only of teachers, but of our student body, and not just athletics. I mean, as a football coach, it's easy to say, I want a field house for my football team. But I think a field house would boost confidence at Copper Hills in general. And I say that as a coach who looked on the outside looking in, as a teacher who's in the building now, as a kid who grew up around Copper Hills at 8, 9, 10 years old. I think there's always been sort of a confidence issue at Copper Hills. And I know that the Jordan School District is reaching for standard of excellence. That's what we push. That's what we push at Copper Hills. We have so many clubs, we have diversity, and you see the success we have with their band, with our student government, with everything that they're pushing. I think if you add a building, if you add a facility that promotes excellence, I think that you promote confidence in the same breath. I think that you have students that are excited to be at school. They're not excited as much to look at that cell phone, they're excited to be around school. They're excited to be in that building. And I think overall, you're making an investment. This isn't a luxury, it's an investment in the students of Copper Hills. It's an investment in the future of Copper Hills, because now you have students who want to be around the facilities. You have students who are being supervised a little bit better. And those students who may not have the greatest home life, who depend on after-school activities, on clubs, whatever that may be, that building can provide those after-school activities. It can provide study hall for students who are struggling. I know right now I'm holding study hall on my own portable for my football team, but I think around the school, it could be something where we house something along those lines. Overall, I think it boosts the community. I think at Copper Hills, if you've ever been to a football game, if you've ever been to a sporting event, you know, the proof is in the pudding. We have the best student section in the state. I'll say it. We probably have the best fans in the state. I think that we need to reward the community that way, reward those students that way, not just athletically, but academically. Because I think when you add something of value, regardless of what it is, it could be education, it could be a car, whatever that may be, I think that you add value to students' lives, and I think that you boost the value in those students' lives in that building, not just for sports, but for everything. I mean, kids come to school and they see something new. It's 2026. Kids love the shiny new thing. They love TikTok. They love Instagram. So why not have a new building at Copper Hills? I think we're long overdue, and I think the right thing is going to put Copper Hills right where we need to be and deserve to be. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you having me.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Morgan Madison, and she will be followed by Anthony Reyes. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, we'll move into Anthony Reyes, followed by Anna Bay. Is Anthony still here? Okay, sorry. Anna Bay here? Anna? Sorry, Anna. Okay. And then Justin Melton will be on deck.
Hi, I'm Anna Bay. I am the ballroom teacher at Copper Hills High School, and I also teach the adaptive dance class that we went to the Special Olympics dance sport this year. It was the first time they've had it for the Utah high schools, and we took gold with the adaptive with the special ed kids, which was awesome. And then my ballroom team was able to go and compete this weekend as well, also taking first in 3 of their events, which was very nice. And I think while we have school pride in our clubs and our teams, and we're doing great things, we are very much limited by our facility use. My ballroom, as we lovingly call it, is a double-wide classroom across from the chemistry classrooms. It's on cement floor, it has a lower ceiling, and so we're limited by what we can do in the ballroom world with our lifts and our things with that, and also dancing on the cement floor, which is great for a chemistry classroom when we have to clean up things, is not ideal for dancers' bodies. It's not safe. So the idea of a field house is very exciting for a place where ballroom could rehearse in a safe way, as well as in a space that is more fitting for the size of sport that we have. Ballroom is a curricular class as well as a extracurricular team, which is really fun. My classroom is as wide as a classroom, but we have the length, which is great, but we compete on like a gym size floor. In order to actually be able to practice how we're able to compete, we have to be able to go into the gym in order to space and do those things. In order to do that, we have to get in at least 6 a.m. And because during our class time, it's being used by all of the physical education classes, rightly so. But there's also like our tech atrium, which is a great open space, but it's on carpet and it is not safe for dancing, and it's surrounded by curricular classes as well that don't want the noise of a dance classroom, which sometimes just comes with being dance, where we listen to music, we listen loud, and oftentimes will disrupt the classes around us because of our music. Most of the time people are like the beat to kind of help them get through. But sometimes it gets really difficult for that. There are at least 13 groups that use my ballroom for outside practices, including LIA and pop, and the musicals, theater department, band department uses it, color guard, the Azurettes have used our room, dance company, everyone, because we need extra space. And when students have access to better spaces, and we communicate with them how much we value their potential and how much we value what they are doing. And that's all I have then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have Justin Milton, and he will be followed by Stephen Lortscher. Sorry if I'm ruining names again.
Hi, I'm Justin Melton. I'm just here to behalf of a parent, an employee, and I live like 2 blocks away from the high school. So I see everything that goes on inside and outside. As a neighbor, parent, and a coach of football, there is not enough room in the school, let alone outside the school, between soccer, baseball, football, lacrosse. So I think it is very beneficial for us to have a field house, somewhere else to go, even with the weathers that we do have here in Utah. This year we're lucky, hasn't been much snow, but field house would be very beneficial for students, athletes, baseball players, whoever needs the field, or dance, for extra work outside of school, and whoever else may need it. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll hear from Stephen, and he will be followed by Benjamin Girona. I should know that name easily.
My name is Stephen Lurcher. I just think this is a big thing for the community. I'm a parent with kids coming up through the school here shortly. I've coached in the community for quite some time. I just joined on the football staff this year as well. I think it's important to open the space for these kids. A safe space has been mentioned as well, with as much crowdedness as going on, but it's not just for football or that, it is for dance. And I see a lot of that with my kids, of knowing not having the space. So I think this will be a great confidence booster for the kids, and also a positive influence for our whole community in general. So that's my support for it.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now invite Benjamin Girona up, and he'll be followed by Gaud Maragani.
Good evening. It's kind of ironic I don't have Copper Hills gear on. It's like the first time in like the last month, I think, in the evening I don't have Copper Hills gear on. But I was over at the field tonight with a group of incredible 15 and 16-year-olds. And actually, although the weather is a little bit better than it's been in the past, I'll tell you, I had a conversation with the girls lacrosse coach, which moved off of the field after they did about a 10-minute workout because of the weather and fear of their workout getting their players sick. So although she's not here tonight, she's with her team getting them through that competition. And I think that's just one simple example of an opportunity that this board has to solve for our community. I've lived in West Jordan for 27 years. I've had 5 kids go through Copper Hills. I have my youngest, who's a sophomore, who is, yes, on the football team, but a lot of these guys behind here I know because I've been around the community. I give my time freely because I care for the community. Even before I was a coach, you would see me at the school. I get to know the kids, and I know that they need people in their corner fighting for them, and our facility needs you to fight for them. I know there are many schools in the Jordan School District, and none of them have a field house. And I'm sure you have a difficult decision in front of you to decide who goes first. I would just humbly ask you to let Copper Hills be number one for once. It is a school that has been out here for a very long time. I remember when I went to Jordan High School, I first drove out playing baseball saying, where am I going? And now I live out here. But I want you to know, in all humility, that our school needs you. They need you to take this serious. And they need you to find a way to give even further pride in what Copper Hills is. We are, I think, still, if not the largest, the second largest by enrollment in the state. Yet our facilities have not been invested in for a long time. I am going to be a community member as far as my wife will let me stay out in West Jordan, and I plan to retire out here. And I hope that I'll still be a part of this program in some way, whether it be through sports or athletics or just my wonderful neighbors and the many kids that I've seen grow up and be in the walls of Copper Hills. So, like I said, please invest, make the decision, debate what needs to be debated, but the taxpayers, myself being one of them as a voter, I'm one of those people that would vote for this, and I would help advocate for this. But Copper Hills needs someone to be in their corner and help us be the first of many schools that are going to get field houses over the next coming years. So thank you for all your time that you spend on behalf of our community. I know that it's not an easy job, but these students deserve this good decision to move forward with a field house. Thanks.
What's your name again?
Benjamin Girona.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now hear from Gaud Maragani. Please correct my pronunciation, and he'll be followed by Scott Pace.
It is Gaud Maragani, so thank you. I'm a resident in Riverton. I actually don't have any kids, and normally I wouldn't bother coming to a school board meeting. But I was shocked by some of what I've seen happening at the school districts, including Jordan District. I live in Riverton, so I'm one of your voters. At least one school in Jordan District, and it was Bingham High School, let kids leave school to protest ICE without any adult chaperones or permission from the parents. This is dangerous, and it's a dereliction of duty by the school and the school district. Kids can get injured when they do that. In Nebraska, a girl was actually hit by a car when they allowed the students to leave like that. There were kids in Salt Lake City that were throwing objects at vehicles driving by. And if something happens to these kids, you'll open up the school district to liability with our tax money. So, and then I also wonder how much that helps students with their academics if they're running around in the street instead of in the schools. The only statement I've seen from the Jordan School District was from Sandra Riesgraf, who told KSL News that it was student organized. And I'm not sure why that matters, because students organize all sorts of things. At least when I was in high school, we used to organize parties, and we'd have a rager at someone's house, but I assume the school wouldn't say, well, it was student organized, so we don't care if we left school to go to that. So I will add that I have not heard that any of the kids were disciplined for walking out. The view seems to be that schools cannot discipline students for walking out to exercise their First Amendment rights. I think a lot of this has been a misinterpretation of the Tinker case from the Supreme Court. In that case, students wanted to wear black armbands to class to protest the Vietnam War. The administrator suspended them for wearing those armbands and said they could not come back until they stopped. The Supreme Court held that students have First Amendment rights, but there are limits. For example, they cannot be disruptive to class. The Tinker Court said, but conduct by the student in class or out of it, which for any reason, whether it stems from time, place, or type of behavior, materially disrupts classwork or involves substantial disorder or invasion of the rights of others, is, of course, not immunized by the constitutional guarantee of freedom of speech. Clearly, leaving class is disruptive. You need to keep these kids in school during the day, and you can do that by administratively punishing them if they leave. If they want to protest ICE or any other issue, I frankly don't care, but they should do it outside of school hours. I urge you to get the schools to stop putting kids and taxpayers at risk by allowing them to leave school during the day to protest. Thank you.
Okay. We'll now invite Scott Pace to the mic, followed by Jay Hatch.
Thank you, Scott Pace, Copper Hills, SBO, Spirit and Pride, 1997. Also known as the high school girls wrestling coach, and obviously I'm here for a Fieldhouse discussion. But I wanted to talk a little bit on a different tweak to this, and that's the fringe kids. My team has been successful at Copper Hills, and we've done well at state. We've placed kids highly. We've got a bunch of kids that are trying to hit an Olympics in LA in 2028. Those aren't the kids we're talking about. In my room, we have an open door policy where we let everyone that tries out make the team. But for that team in the tech atrium room, where we unroll the mats every day and roll them back up and move the chairs and wait for the staff meetings to be over, we're running out of space. I don't want to be in a position where we ask the fringe kids, the kids that aren't scoring highly for the team, the kids that aren't taking state, the kids that aren't representing us nationally, the kids that need this for them to be cut from the team. Sports does so much more than just get W's. It builds character, it builds kids, and it gives them a reason to be in the school. There are many kids that we have coached over the years that I promise you would not have graduated if they were not on a sports team, that would not have stopped cutting, that would not have stepped away from drugs, that would not have made different decisions in their lives, that 10, 20, 30 years later would have put them down a path that would be unrecognizable today. We are missing opportunities at Copper Hills High School because we do not have the space to support the needs of the students. I will not turn kids away, but it will lead to injuries. It will lead to kids getting overlooked, and it will lead to kids not reaching the max of their potential. But I'm not at Copper Hills for glory. We get that. I've been Coach of the Year UHSAA multiple times. I'm at Copper Hills for the one. I'm at Copper Hills for the overlook. 2 weeks ago at our JV state, I had one of my greatest coaching moments of my life. Giselle Balboa, wrestled for me the last couple of years, was 0-76. And on her last match of her wrestling career, Giselle got a win. The tears streaming down her face, the confidence that gave her, the direction that that will put her in life, knowing that as long as I don't stop, as long as I don't give up, as long as I keep moving forward, I can accomplish anything. Any other team, that kid gets cut. Any other team, that kid doesn't learn that lesson. We need the space. Please help us save lives. Help us send 9 kids to the Special Olympics, 9 teams to Special Olympics next year. Copper Hills is worth it. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now hear from Jay Hatch, who will be followed by Brooklyn Pace.
Hi, my name is Jay Hatch, Copper Hills High School, girls wrestling. I've been a coach at Copper Hills now for 18 years. I started coaching when my oldest son was a freshman back in 2008. Excited to see the progress, and a lot, like Coach Pace and a lot of the others have outlined a lot of the success we've had as a school. I'm not going to add any more to the physical need for a field house. I think that's been well documented tonight, that Copper Hills is bursting at the seams and there's a definite need. But what I'd like to do is take a little bit of different caveat, and that's talk about the academic purpose or reason behind a field house. I know we look at a field house as an athletic or for an event center for things that are to get kids off and doing athletics. But what does that have to do with education, right? With academics? Considering the fact that Jordan School District and, of course, Copper Hills High School is a learning institution. My wife's Polynesian. I work heavily in the Polynesian community. I work with a lot of church groups, and I work with hundreds of Polynesian youth. And one of the things that I hear over and over from their parents, who are usually working 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet, is how grateful they are that they have activities like athletics to keep their kids involved in doing something positive, so that when they come home, they're not looking for something else to do. And so how does that affect academics? Everybody knows that according to UHSAA guidelines, you have to keep up a certain academic level, right, in order to compete. Scott and I, just from our little girls wrestling team, we had 31 girls wrestle for us this year. We could probably march up 7 or 8 girls here if we would have brought them with us, who all struggled academically this year. But they made it because they had a reason to. And their reason was they wanted to be a part of our community. They wanted to be a part of our athletic family. As Scott mentioned, we have to roll our mat up each and every day in the tech atrium. We're grateful for the space, but how much nicer would it be? We held our first tournament at Copper Hills this year, one of the biggest all-girls wrestling tournaments in the state of Utah. In our first year, we brought in almost 30 high schools. You can imagine how packed our gyms were and everything, how tight it was. Not only was it very successful, but we gave everybody a better glimpse of what Copper Hills High School is. And a field house would just help us enhance that, as well as give other kids not just an athletic opportunity, but an opportunity to expand their lives and their growth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now hear from Brooklyn Pace, who will be followed by Janet Sanders.
Hello, I am Brooklyn Pace. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address the board today. I'm also with the girls wrestling team from Copper Hills, so we're very well represented today. I had the opportunity to wrestle at Copper Hills for 4 years, and I've been on the coaching staff for the past 2. Copper Hills is a very special school. As it's been mentioned before, we have the best team spirit and the best school pride out of any school in the entire state. My situation is a little bit unique, where I didn't always have a place at school. Throughout middle school and elementary school, I struggled a lot with my mental health and with other kids, so I ended up doing online school and an online program. Through the Copper Hills wrestling team, I was able to maintain a 4.0 and I was able to get the support that I needed to succeed in school. I ended up being a 4-time state champion for Coppers Hills, and my senior year was the year that our girls team won state. I have been blessed insurmountably in my own life through sports. It's given me the confidence to go out into the world and to become a great young woman. As it's been previously mentioned by our other coaches, we do not have the proper space to do what our mission is. And the mission that we have at Copper Hills is to truly change lives. It's not just about sports, it's not just about winning titles, it's about building a better community and brighter futures for every single one of the young people that pass through the halls. Copper Hills has been around for a long, long time, and I remember running around throughout the halls of all the different remodels of the school and just being super excited for the day when I could claim that I was a Grizzly. I am truly a Grizzly through and through, and I know how much that has blessed my life. As we continue to try and empower the young women of our school and all the other wonderful young people who are in sports and other academic activities, having the opportunity to have a field house would help enhance that mission of changing lives and of helping every single student within our community to feel seen and to have a place where they can be safe and where they can truly reach their full potential. I'm so grateful for your guys' consideration on this subject, and that's all.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now hear from Janet Sanders.
Good evening. I'm Janet Sanders. I'm a teacher at Mountain Ridge High School, where I teach social studies, and I'm talking as an individual tonight. I'd like to talk about public education and the decrease I'm seeing in the recognition of its value among many elected officials. Thomas Jefferson is quoted as having said, "An educated citizenry is a vital requisite for our survival as a free people." It is my belief that an alarming shift has happened in public perception of the value of an educated citizenry. There's this view that education is a private, personal, rather than a public good. Why should taxpayers have to pay for that? Seems to be a common refrain among many. I would like to put forward that education is a public good, and by that I mean not only the 3 R's, but a well-rounded education that includes the arts and electives. I think most of us would agree that the reasons we loved our school experience had more to do with those things that we went deep on, the enriching programs of the arts, athletics, clubs, leadership opportunities, etc. Research tells us this is what keeps our students in school. This doesn't always feel cost-effective. Related to the what's in it for me mentality is an alarming decrease in student motivation. I overheard a conversation in one of my classes today, which is probably part of the reason I decided to speak tonight, about why an increasing number of their friends choose to take my class, a graduation requirement, online. They said their friends all said that it was much easier. They stated that many just use AI and get it done quickly. These students don't see the value of their experiences in the classroom. It's just a graduation requirement, something that they need to check off personally so they can get their diploma and graduate. Something that only benefits them personally. They do not see the need to be an educated citizen in order to benefit society as a whole. So where did that what's in it for me attitude come from? I would suggest that they're only reflecting what they see around them, not only in popular media, but from their parents and government leaders. I would encourage you to think of the portrait of the graduate values, such as curious thinkers, engaged citizens, and resilient lifelong learners as you determine funding priorities for the coming year. Invest in our students and our educators, who we know are the #1 predictor of student success, perhaps before optional upgrades that affect the majority of students less directly. Let's help our students and society feel more excited about public education. Let's spread the idea that public education is a public good, that it makes the world a better place, that it makes our lives happier as individuals when we're contributing members of society. And not only because, as we know, well-educated citizens pay more taxes, but also just because they make the world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is everyone who I had signed up to speak. Is there anyone here who missed the sign up but was hoping to speak? Okay, perfect. Do we have any online comments? Great. Let's hear those now. 8. Okay.
And I'm wondering if we're just going to go to the 45 minutes allotted for the public comments, or if we're just going to hear all of the emailed in comments.
Did anybody 8? Do we have, did anybody mark the time when we started public comment? I'm going to be honest, I didn't tonight.
31 minutes.
I think it was about 7:07.
7:07, okay.
That's
I think it was about,
my recollection.
about 44 minutes ago.
Okay, so it looks
Okay.
like we do still have some time. Board members, would you like to use up those 45 minutes and then have the other emailed comments sent to you directly? Okay, so we've got about 5 minutes left. Who's good at math? No, about 10, right? 7:07 and it's 7:38. Okay.
Read
Let's
fast.
see what we can do.
I need one other clarification, President.
Okay.
I have one of these 8 that came in before 3. All the other 7 did not. They came in after 6. So do you want me to go through all of them and read fast, or do you want me to?
Let's definitely do those that were in by the time limit, and then maybe you can forward the others to us.
There's just the one.
Oh, just the one. Yep.
So forward 7 and read 1, or?
Does that feel okay, board members? Okay, let's do that.
Okay. Brian Alfrey, dear members of the Jordan School District Board, my name is Brian Alfrey. I am writing both as the head boys basketball coach at Copper Hills High School and as a parent of Jordan School District students to strongly support the addition of field houses at our high schools as this issue moves toward a future board meeting. While often viewed as athletic facilities, field houses benefit the entire student body. By creating additional practice and activity space, they free up existing gyms and areas inside the school for other programs, classes, and student groups that currently struggle to find space. They also create safer environments for students by allowing year-round physical education, supervised training, and protection from weather and unsafe conditions. At the same time, they reduce strain on current facilities and create opportunities for school and community use. Most importantly, they expand opportunities for students to participate, belong, and succeed. I strongly encourage the board to support this important investment of Jordan School District students. Brian Alfrey. And I will forward the other 7 then, and that's it then.
Thank you. So for those who emailed in comments, I just want to make sure that you understand that we will all receive and read your comments, but we will go ahead and move on with the agenda at this time. So let's go ahead with a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items A through D.
The motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Dr. Robinson to approve consent agenda items A through D. Is there any discussion? I would just like to take a moment to call out items B and C, which are the evaluation of our superintendent and business administrator. We have the opportunity of, as a board, every year to review the work and performance of Dr. Godfrey and Mr. Larson. I just want to publicly call out how exemplary they come through in those reviews. We're so grateful for their leadership and grateful for the direction that they have given us as a district. We sit in these meetings and we hear incredible things that are happening for our students. And that is in no small part because of the effort and vision of these men. So thank you so much for your work, and we are grateful to continue working with you. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor of the motion to approve the consent agenda item, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. Okay, that motion carries unanimously. I will now accept a motion for the consent agenda.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items A through D.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Ms. Wood, that we accept the consent agenda items A through D. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right, that motion carries unanimously. Let's move into bids. I'll now accept a motion.
I'll move that we accept bid 6A from Facility Services, remodel or kitchen remodel at Oker Elementary School.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Barnett, a second by Ms. Barrow, that we accept the bid for the kitchen remodel at Oker Elementary School. Is there any discussion? For those listening at home, we are approving bids this evening for our summer projects. So there are a lot, and please know that we have studied this for months prior to bringing these projects to the agenda. Okay, hearing no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right, that motion carries unanimously.
I'll move that we accept the bid for an interior remodel at Kari Sue Hamilton School.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Barnett and a second by Ms. Barrow to approve a bid for an interior remodel at Kari Sue Hamilton School. Is there discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
I move that we approve the bid for the auditorium upgrade at South Jordan Middle School.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Ms. Wood to approve the bid for an auditorium upgrade at South Jordan Middle School. Is there discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
I move that we approve the bid for the auditorium lighting upgrade at West Hills Middle School.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Ms. Wood to approve the bid for an auditorium lighting upgrade at West Hills Middle School. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I move that we approve the bid for the
Aaron.
track replacement at Bingham High School. I'm excited about this one.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Barrow, second by Dr. Robinson, that we accept the bid for track replacement at Bingham High School. Is there discussion on this motion?
I'd like to make a comment. I went out and looked at the track, and you could literally lift your hand up. There's holes that kids could fall in there and get really hurt really bad. We had the same thing happen at Harriman High. So their track was so bad, I would not have approved those kids to run that year. Luckily, COVID came along and we canceled the track season. But we've got to do something with tracks to make sure they don't get in that bad a condition. And part of it is we kind of consider it a summer project, like, and does it fit in? But those kids shouldn't have been running on Bingham's track, in my estimation, and certainly not in Harriman's. They shouldn't get that bad. It's kind of like having a roof that's dripping water on you when you're trying to study. So I just want to make that comment. I don't know if we can figure out how to, I don't know if they wear out really quickly, or should we have had a heads up earlier? So anyways.
Do we have an idea of the lifespan of a track?
And it seems like this was an alternate for our capital projects last year also, wasn't
Knew
it?
how bad it was, I would have approved it.
Typically, we expect to see anywhere from 10 to 15 years on a track. A lot of that kind of depends on, how much use it gets, as well as, some of the waters will really shorten the life. So we really work on trying to, have the grass areas around the track, making sure we're not getting water underneath them. So as far as saying there's just a set, every 10 years they've got to be replaced. So we just kind of monitor each track and basically go off the condition rather than the years as we.
Can the condition really go quickly, like all of a sudden just boom, they're really horrible, or are they, could we have forecasted a little bit better?
Yeah, we've been watching it. We have a third party that also helps us with our tracks and does maintenance on them. And so we'll rely on their expertise as well as, whether a track can be patched and kind of the safety of it. So we rely on a third party to help us make those decisions as well.
Maybe facilities can do a better job at like marking it as more urgent. Maybe we need to go and look at the facilities, I don't know.
Me too.
Can I ask a question? Do we need to have a motion to approve option 1 or 2?
We do. That was
Yeah,
brought,
okay.
that was brought to my attention after our study session, that there was an alternate bid that came in that included, I think, some colored segments for relay races that an extra $23,000. So we need to make sure we're bidding on either the bid or the alternate that included
Thank you
that
for
additional
calling that out.
paint.
Aaron, you
I amend my motion. I will amend my motion to approve option 1 without the colors.
I do want to note, we did in our table that we discussed before we came in here in the study session, it was allocated for option 2 in that budget. It was the 70, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah,
The
okay.
spreadsheet that showed all the summer projects reflects the,
So we do, I say that because we do have it in the budget. We have the money for it.
The reason I'm choosing option 1 is that none of our other tracks have the color sections. This was, I believe, instigated by the contractor saying it is an option, not necessarily from the high school. Is that correct?
That's correct. They just said that this is a trend that they're seeing at other high schools as they're upgrading tracks now that they're, basically what is in the relay races, there's a section where they have to be able to pass off the baton. And right now, there's just a line that starts it and a line that stops it. What this option would be is that would, the whole section between the lines would have a color in the track, embedded in the track. So it's a little bit easier for the runners to be able to see where that handoff area is.
So just to be clear, this is not something that a coach is requesting. It's not something that students are requesting. It's
They would like to have it, but as far as it was originated by the contractor. That just said this is an option that we're seeing, throughout the United States as we're doing tracks. So
okay. So we had an amended motion, but not a second to the amendment.
I'll second.
So we have a motion.
Approve
Option 2
option
was what?
1.
Option 1. Okay. Sorry, there was a little ambiguity
You're
there.
fine.
Okay. A motion to approve option 1 by Ms. Barrow, a second by Ms. Dean. Is there other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Rostrom. Okay.
All right, well, I'm just going to keep going. I move that we approve the bid for the security upgrades at Daybreak Elementary School. I'm also excited about this one.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Ms. Wood, that we approve the bid for security upgrades at Daybreak Elementary. Is there discussion? Okay, can I ask, I know we started to talk about this a little, that there's been communication with the community members in the area. Can I have a little background on, is the community involved in this and aware of why and what we're doing?
Yeah, we've been in close contact with the Daybreak Community Center out there, and they have a board. We've given them renderings of the project. They took it back to their board. They were very supportive of the changes, and are all in favor of security. And then they also had an open house where they wanted some of the participants that use the gym to be able to come and see the renderings and the work that would be completed. That took place last Tuesday. There wasn't anybody from the public that attended that. There was just the HOA or the Daybreak community folks, as well as the director over the athletic department, but we didn't have any patrons attend it, so.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
You're welcome to make a motion,
I'll-
President.
I'm
but
happy. I'll motion
We'll
for
keep
Copper
going
Hills.
if you don't want to.
I know, I'm wondering if we can take any of these in a group. All right, I will motion that we approve the bid for Copper Hills High School athletic uniform, apparel, facility branding, and merchandising partnership.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. George and a second by, I heard Mr. Dunford first, but it was definitely in stereo. That we approve that motion that we approve the bid for Copper Hills High School athletic uniform, apparel, facility, branding, and merchandising partnership. Is there discussion to that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
I'll make a motion that we approve the bid for Chromebooks at Mountain Ridge High School.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Barnett, second by Dr. Robinson, to approve the bid for Mountain Ridge High School Chromebooks. Is there discussion to that motion? I'm just, for the record, going to say it makes me very nervous to continue purchasing Chromebooks, but we've had that discussion. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? I'm going to say I'm opposed. So that motion carries 6-1.
Can we do the next two together, I and J?
Absolutely.
I'll make a motion that we approve career and technical education, diesel engine student training modules, and diesel engine training kits and simulators, air brake driving simulator.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Barnett, a second by Ms. Barrow, to approve bids for CTE diesel engine student training modules and diesel engine training kits and simulators, air brake driving simulator. Is there any discussion to that motion?
I was just curious exactly what we're purchasing. I Googled it. I couldn't find anything that I was confident was giving me an idea of what it was. I'm guessing it's more than just sitting and watching a video, or is there like a VR headset? Is it a pod you sit in? I just wanted to get an idea physically what it looks like.
The simulators and the training kits are actual physical devices. They're mock simulations of an actual diesel engine for the simulator, so the students can actually take the components apart, handle them, and put them back together. It's not a working engine, but it simulates the entire process for the diesel engine. The simulators for the air brake and other components are similar setups, but they are a training panel, so the teacher can simulate various lost for words, problems or scenarios, and the students then can work through and troubleshoot the process. So these are the same trainers that are used in all of our industry partners, Komatsu, Wheeler, UTA, where our students go and participate in internship and apprenticeship opportunities. So having these trainers and simulators allows them to enhance their training and experience, so that when they go with the industry partner, they're much more ready for the career field and to participate at a higher level. So it came as a recommendation out of our advisory board committees as a way to enhance the experience for our students. If that helps.
Yeah, it does. I understand now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? That motion passes unanimously.
I move that we accept the bid for Information Systems Silver Fort monitoring and protection platform licenses and support.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Wood, second by Ms. Barrow, to approve the bid for Silver Fort monitoring and protection platform licenses and support. Is there discussion to this motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
I move that we approve all of the facility services bids. The transformer location at Bingham High School, the roof replacement at Elk Ridge, a roof replacement at Riverton Elementary, elevator modernization at South Jordan Middle, the makeup air replacement at Bluffdale Elementary, the makeup air replacement at Rose Creek Elementary, and the weed control and fertilizer application throughout multiple locations.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Dunford, a second by Dr. Robinson, to approve bid items 6K through 6R. Is there any discussion to that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. The motion carries unanimously. We made it through the bids. That was a big list. Thank you so much for the work that we know that represented.
Just wrote a really big check.
Yes, we did.
Smaller than most years, though.
It's true. It is
More
definitely
project.
the smallest summer projects I've ever approved. Okay, we have no special business items this evening, so we will move to the superintendent's report.
Just for those who may not have been listening during the study session, I want to thank everyone who helped with Health and Wellness Day. It's a long list of people. There's a committee that organizes that. We talk about it in Cabinet every week all year, along with other big events, to make sure that we are planning for a successful event. I appreciate the board's support in making Health and Wellness Day 5 happen, and I thought it was very beneficial for families and all of our employees. Always great stories that come out of that. So thank you for supporting that, and thank you to everyone who was involved in whatever way to make this happen.
Thank you. Okay, let's move into board committee reports and comments.
Facilities Committee is meeting this Thursday. We'll be focusing our efforts on what was decided in our last meeting regarding declining enrollment in the West Jordan High feeder.
So Jordan Education Foundation, the 2026 Challenge Run will be May 6th at 9 a.m. and it's $20 per person. Teachers are free. It'll be at Veterans Memorial Park in West Jordan. There are volunteer and corporate sponsorship opportunities. Also, March 19th, it's a Thursday, there will be the Outstanding Educator Awards Balloon Bus Tour. So if you love that, put it on your calendar. And that's all I have for my
Will you say the date one more time? I'm sorry.
19th of March.
Thank you.
Jordan Education Access Committee, GIAC, want you all to be aware of our celebration, our student community night that's coming up. That's going to be March 18th right here at JATC South. So March 19th, or sorry, I said 19th, I meant 18th. March 18th from 6 until 7:30. We're going to have bingo, some prize drawings. I believe Doctors Godfrey and Anderson are also doing some presentations that night. We'll have some student display tables, including student art. There will be some swag and information about our student clubs, etc. So hope you can all make it. Look forward to the event.
Can I just interject? There is a meeting that I went to. Mr. Robinson went to it, or Dr. Robinson went to it as well. It's the there's a 9/11 project sponsored by South Jordan City, where they partner with a group who's put this on elsewhere, and in September they want to bring in a display, kind of a museum type display about 9/11 that students would tour. And they want to host that in Jordan School District. And we've talked about pledging buses for field trips and having our construction classes help put things together. They actually would sponsor having first responders who were there come here and speak with students. So I think it will be a really worthwhile event. As there are costs associated with that, I'll bring that to the board for consideration. But I initially expressed our interest in being a part of things, thinking that the board would want to be a part of that. We can talk about how that's funded at the school level or district level, bus participation, that sort of thing. But they're hoping really to expand it beyond Jordan District and make it a statewide thing, but we would have first dibs, as it were. So I'm excited for that opportunity and that partnership.
Goes
We'll keep you
nicely with our 250th celebration.
nicely with the 250th celebration. I think it fits in with elements of Portrait of a Graduate and just building that community partnership. So as the details come forth, I'll share that with you, but I wanted you to be aware of that, and I appreciate Dr. Robinson's reminder on that as well.
I think it's the 25th anniversary of 9/11.
Yeah.
Kind of a lot of things are colliding,
Oh,
and
interesting.
it's gonna be phenomenal.
That's cool. I think I've seen this before, and it is awesome.
I got a video and some brochure. I'll pass it on. It's not a board assignment, but I'll kind of treat it like a board assignment to keep you up to date, or Dr. Godfrey, either way.
Thank you. Okay, I previously told you that the spring USBA region meeting was going to be a different format. That format was not well received by some other districts. And so they are going to do similar to what they've generally done, where we just have meetings in different regions of the state rather than doing the Zoom format. The USBA region that we would meet in Sandy will be on March 11th at 6 o'clock. This meeting will be the legislative review, so it's an interesting one to attend and a great way to find out what's happening at USBA and begin the process of getting legislative priorities together. for next session. It's amazing how fast it turns over. We finish one and we're right on to the next. I will also be attending a weekend meeting for USBA in April, so that we can work a bit on some bigger picture items. So I will report back on that following that meeting. JLC has continued to meet and provide reach out to legislators as bills have come up. It's been interesting to see the number of bills that have been supported. One improvement that they are going to be implementing is rather than making a PDF of the JLC positions, we are going to have a living document so that you can always go to the same link and bookmark that on your computers and have quick access to that. So I am looking forward to that improvement because it's kind of hard to find on the websites. But that is my JLC and USBA report. Okay, is that it? Lovely. Okay. Let's just touch on topics for bulletin board. Any additions there? We still haven't seen the ones we've talked about already, so. All right. Having reached the end of the business meeting, I'll take a motion to adjourn this meeting and, well, I don't know, we don't need a motion. We'll resume our study session meeting and let's take like 10 minutes between now and then. Thank you to those of you who have participated tonight. We appreciate you. Have a good evening. Welcome back to the second half of our exciting study session. Today is still February 24th. We still have all members of the Board of Education, the Superintendent, Associate Superintendent, Business Administrator, and our Board Attorney with us. We are going to pick up where we left off with item 1E, a discussion regarding a potential study of unfunded bus routes. We will turn it to Ms. Barrow.
Thank you, President George and board members, for supporting this agenda item so that I could present it today. I was recently made aware of a neighborhood at one of the schools in my area that is on the edge of qualifying for busing but does not qualify. This neighborhood houses many vulnerable students who have a hard time getting to school because of family hardships and have become chronically absent. I've also found out that this is not a unique situation, but that there are a few areas in the district that have similar situations. What I am proposing and seeking is board support to direct staff to study these areas and set up guidelines and a framework for potentially qualifying these neighborhoods for busing. I am aware that this might be opening a can of worms with every neighborhood wanting buses, but if we can somehow set up a framework for qualifications, I think that could help us mitigate a large influx of requests. I am only thinking about this option for elementary schools because these are young kids that parents have a hard time sending on their own to walk long distances, sometimes along very busy streets. I know that chronic absenteeism is a worry of this board, and I'd like to find a creative solution to these young students getting to school every day. Also, if we can get these vulnerable students to school, then they can have more supports like meals and reading aids, and then they can continue to grow and succeed academically. So perhaps this is something a lot of you are familiar with, but it was new to me. So I would like to open it up to the rest of the board to hear your comments or questions and feelings around this topic.
Are any of these bus routes, and I guess it could be this specific one, is it to a school where there are already buses?
This school does have one bus, but is on the opposite end of their boundary.
So it wouldn't be a question of like...
No.
Okay.
I would be interested in maybe understanding some of the data around absenteeism for these groups, and also whether or not we could monitor improved academics should we decide to provide this busing, especially with a focus on literacy from our governor.
Are we seeing chronic absenteeism at all levels, or is that primarily a secondary concern?
We see it at all levels. And I think it's a greater concern at secondary.
Greater concern because there's more absenteeism, or because graduation's at risk, or can you say more about that?
Greater concern because there is more absenteeism rather than because the stakes are higher. However, that's maybe too broad a statement, because at the elementary level, I don't know, we're worried at every level. I would say at secondary, you get kids who say, well, I can make it up and I can just, so I'm going to miss. At the elementary level, it's parents maybe saying, we don't have the means to get you there, or we've got other things going on at home, or we have kids that are kept home to babysit, or just where home life's a little bit chaotic, disengagement, that sort of thing. So we're worried at every level. We're worried at elementary because it creates a pattern. And if you get a slow start, then it's hard to catch up. At secondary, students maybe are making their own choices once parents have gone to work and that sort of thing. So
They probably have more options regarding managing absenteeism, truancy, et cetera, at a secondary level. They've got different tools at their disposal than they would have at elementary, for example. It could impact your grade, et cetera.
yeah, right. Yeah. You're not worried about credits in third grade. Yeah.
So, Erin, was this idea and concern brought to you at a school community council meeting?
Yes.
And I'm interested if there's anything that the school community council has tried besides buses, if there are any neighboring communities that are walking and getting kids to school, or I'm asking this. I've been to a school community council meeting at a school that I think had a similar problem, and sometimes they would do a walking bus where they would walk and kids would be at certain stops, and then they would just, it only took a couple parents to be with a whole bunch of kids. So I'm curious if they've talked about any of these other kind of possible solutions.
I don't believe they have as of yet. It seemed ish. The parent who came is a parent from this community, and she has to Uber with her children every day to school. And it was great that she came to the school community council meeting. But they are kind of in an isolated area where there's a lot of businesses that they have to walk past, and they're like the lone community in this area. And so I don't think they've tried a walking bus, which would be
Is the concern that the walking route is not safe enough to walk?
Yes.
Is that why the mom is Ubering?
Yes, because her student is very young. I think he's first grade possibly, maybe even kindergarten. And so it's a longer way to walk along a busy street.
And I apologize, I'm sure you said this, but is this an apartment?
Yes, it's an apartment complex.
So I love where Miss Dean's going with the ideas that she's seen other communities implement. I'll add on a couple that I've seen in my area. We had a apartment building that had a similar problem, and the members of that community got together and started a bus route or a van route that the apartment managed. So that's another avenue to maybe ask about. I love finding answers in our community themselves. My worry is this: when we have a bus route, we have some subsidies from the state that help to pay for it. And in an instance like this, we would be absorbing the full cost of that route. And I know it's been a minute since we looked at the cost of a bus route, but I'm thinking it was like $3 million last time we looked.
50 grand a bus, right?
50 grand a bus. Oh, we were talking about
Roughly,
several.
we were looking at Oak Leaf and stuff like that.
That's right.
It could be more expensive because some options we were proposing for there was like to store the bus at the school.
Oh. So the questions that I want to answer are, how can we build parameters that make it so that this doesn't happen everywhere? Like, how do you say you guys qualify, but you guys don't? And then just looking at the costs there, unfortunately, we have to consider that.
So I have a lot of passion about this because it seems like I'm really good at buying houses that are 1.49 miles away from the school. And the bus stop stops in front of my house, but I can't get onto it, but my neighbor can. And that's happened at 2 of the houses of the 3 houses that we've lived in. And so I've researched and looked at this for a long time. And I'll just tell you, some districts do it. They call it hazardous busing. And Canyons was one of them. I think they still have it. And so we could look at what other districts are doing and what their framework to qualify. We used to have it. Our district had it for many, many years. And the hardest thing there is to define, you get it, wherever you draw the line, there's going to be someone. My predecessor, I had a conversation with him, and he believes everybody who wants to ride a bus should be able to ride a bus, or taxpayers. And again, that would be a big cost. And I don't know if it would be difficult to study, like, could some of our drivers who are dropping the kids off do a second run? Because we were thinking about doing that at Oakleaf and hurry and go pick those, because all those kids would be kids that are barely close to school. So it would be a quick run, especially if we collected them like we do the safety shuttle, collect them in a certain area so they're still walking a little bit. So we could study some things like that, I think. My pet peeve is we're asking kids to walk really long. Like, if you ask a first grader or second grader to walk 1.5 miles, and you're asking a 7th or 8th grader 2 miles, like, a good pace is a 20-minute mile. So he misses the bus. He has 40 minutes to walk to school. He's not going to do it. So state law used to be 1.5 for secondary and 1 mile for elementary. And they did away with that because during the time they did away, it was the economy was down and they had to look for cuts, and they made that cut. But typical Utah never went back to say, should we restore that? And I love a good legislator that would maybe be elected and, trumpet, like, looking at that and seeing if we can get state support that, or if the state would support some hazardous busing funds at our discretion or something like that. But I'd be very interested in looking for a lot of long-term solutions. I'm not looking for a short-term one, but and looking maybe at a more global one. I'm very concerned about your area, and we got to help them. But I think that there's pockets of people that probably really need this, and I'd like to make it a high priority.
When you asked about setting parameters that prevent this from being more broadly expected, this is this particular area, for example, is first of all, I think it would be important to define it really clearly so that it's not this constant decision about who merits it and who doesn't. But there are about 80 kids in this particular complex that don't qualify for busing. So you could set parameters around the number of students served, the type of housing that's at least this distance away.
Can a bus hold 60, or for elementary we can increase that?
I think it can be a little bit more than that, but it depends. Let's see.
Is it going to be more expensive if a bus does a second run?
I think with smaller bodies, 65 is the most that you can get. It's 50 for secondary. So it would if you just said everyone in that apartment complex qualifies for busing, let's see what that does for attendance as a kind of a pilot. I was thinking sample. It's like, have I been to Costco lately? As a pilot, like, let's look at what the attendance is for these 80 students. Let's see what difference it makes when busing is provided. I think we'd have to just define, you have to be this far away, it needs to be this type of housing, that sort of thing, because we have noticed that there's this concentration of students and it makes that sort of impact. Because otherwise you get to where you're busing 15 students because it's inconvenient, as opposed to making a major impact on attendance. And if you set the right parameters, and that's if the board chose to go in this direction, then you're not constantly having to make decisions and justify it just does it fit the rule or does it not. But
so the bus routes would be reviewed each year to make sure that the routes still met those parameters.
Sorry, say that again.
So with setting parameters, then would it be feasible for each bus route to be reviewed to see if it continued to meet those parameters each year? Or, because let's say this apartment complex has 80 students this year, but then the next year it only has 40 students, or that could still meet parameters, I guess, but whatever we set. But at some point it went down to 15 students.
Well, we would want some
kind of exit, or I don't know if that's the right word, but
an exit strategy,
or a way to determine when it's no longer triggered.
A couple of thoughts. This is, because we're such a large district, even if you define it narrowly, you'd have to be prepared for lots of potential need. But that's part of what the study would be about, is what parameter could we set to meet the needs of some additional groups, and how much would that cost if we met all of the needs after we're finished with our pilot or sample, if you will. But I think that question is something we need to answer. So if you have 80 students, do we want everyone wondering year to year whether it's going to, will there be busing, will there not be busing? I don't know. It's hard to take busing away. It's really hard once it's established to pull it. If we give a full year's notice, I think that would have to be the standard. It's just, we've had enough ups and downs that next year we're not going to be able to provide this busing anymore, a year from now. So
what we did in my neighborhood was we just rezoned it to another school, and then they got the bus. And it was a school that needed students. So we could look at some of those, but again, we were also, as a facilities committee, looking at how do we reduce buses. So it's just a fine line, but it really works good for my neighborhood because now they're on a bus, and they're in a school that without us there probably would have struggled. Now we're going to look at boundaries, and they may be back to walking their 1.5. So we'll see.
So I'm interested in a study that would answer questions about need and parameters and cost, how everything would fit together.
So in the time that I've been on the board, we have actively worked to close hazardous busing routes because we felt like we were making it easy for cities not to make the improvements that were necessary. So I think it would be important to me that if we study this, when we have really worked so hard with cities to try to meet those priorities, and they have stepped up to the plate and done what was needed to get rid of those routes. I would hate to open the door again for that reason. So for me, it would be important that there were other reasons in place besides, like, there's not a sidewalk here, or
For me, there is a hierarchy of responsible parties that need to be involved as well. I want to know, parents are responsible to get their children to school. So is there a legitimate reason why these parents can't? And if so, what would be another responsible party that could come to the aid and solve the problem? We're going from this problem to that solution. And what worries me is that we're bypassing so many other entities that may and or should step forward and be a responsible entity in solving that problem. And by saying, well, let's just take it to the board and they'll just fund a bus, I think we miss out on a community council, a community, a city, a school that could, well, what resources do we have and what could we do to solve the problem? My nervousness is not only opening a can of worms that we tried to close, but at taking away an opportunity to solve a problem because we rushed it right to the top of the level.
I think I know the area that you're talking about, Aaron. Is there something the city could do? Because I don't know if the city is, I don't want to use the word negligent. I just don't think the city really could do anything to make things easier. So that's something to think about. But
There is not support to do a study, then I am very grateful for creative solutions that you send my way that I can pass on to.
well, we did it in Midas Creek too, right? So we were doing an unfunded busing over to the Harriman area from that area. And so by zoning them to another school, now they qualify for bus. And the other part of that Midas Creek area was an unfunded bus that we had pulled, and I think they were a year without it, but again, it solved a lot of unfunded, and it solved an issue that was big. So every one of the situations are probably different, but I still think the legislature should go back to how it was.
We worked with Harriman to say, can you provide the bus driver and we'll provide the bus? You know, there are lots of options to say, look, here's what we don't have is manpower, but we do have some surplus buses. Could you provide a bus driver that will train and will provide the bus?
Prior to our days on the board, South Jordan actually provided a bus for a while, and of course Riverton paid for part of that busing, unfunded busing. So
Does UTA have some options that we could tackle and look into?
I think I'd prefer to look at other options first, and if it does come back to the board and, you know, we've tried this, and this with no success, you know, I would like to know, maybe as part of this future study, you know, there's 80 students there. How many are already coming to school? Maybe there are 50 of those kids or 60 of those kids already coming to school. And so maybe there's 20 or 30 that aren't, that are absent frequently. Would a bus change that? I don't know. I question whether, I think it might help a little bit with those 20 or 30 kids that aren't making it, but I think there are other factors besides transportation to school or a safe walk route to school that are preventing those children. You know, there might be family issues, kind of like you mentioned, Anthony, babysitting duties, just other things that even if there were a bus there, absent.
We can support whichever direction the board goes on this. If you want us to come back with information and parameters, we can do that. If you want us to look at school-based solutions and talk with the school community council about alternative solutions before we go that route, we can do that. Just whatever the board directs, we can do.
And I'm interested in what Brian was talking about too. How many students are actually getting to school from this area, and how are they getting to school? And is there some way that could, I don't know, if it could be a community-based solution to getting students to school?
Half of them are getting to school. They would each just need to take one extra person, and it would solve the problem. Yeah, so I think there are other options that we might want to look into, or not we, but that community might want to look into before we start spending time on it. Yeah,
especially if we were going to do, if the study led to a pilot program, we'd need to know exactly what was going on and what we're trying to address and what we have to work with, you know, so.
Curious in terms of privacy, if we were to send out some sort of survey and say, how are you getting to school? Would you be willing to carpool? Would we be allowed to connect parents from a school level, or would that need to come from like the PTA or something?
As an experiment, as we're trying to support better attendance, I mean, we can even use district staff to help make phone calls. There are departments that have ebbs and flows of busy times, and we can provide whatever support we need to even make individual phone calls to make a connect and get as much information as we can to know what to do next. So
I would definitely be interested in a study, maybe just specifically of this area to start, where we try to understand what the needs are, like what attendance looks like currently, how people are getting to or from school, just so we could start to understand the problem. Because if this is a big problem, that feels different than we just need to get one neighbor to be friends with another. So I don't know if the best way to do that is through phone surveys. I don't
know that for sure either, but we can, if that's the route we choose, I can work with the school supervisor and principal to brainstorm and bring resources to get the information we need one way or the other.
I'm also curious if this might be something that you could bring to a principal's meeting. And I mean, just in this conversation, a few of us who aren't at school every day have heard of things that have worked in different communities. Is that a possibility that we could just start with what have you done or what have you seen happen in your community when there's a need? I don't know.
Yeah, we've talked about that before, and I think several of us were in the presentation at USBA, a presentation I'd seen more than once, where there are attendance specialists at the district level. And we have that, but not at the level where they can make individual phone calls and home visits and that sort of thing. So we share ideas. We have PLCs with principals, but I think focusing on this particular area at this particular school could teach us about what we might be able to do more broadly as we kind of problem solve this particular situation, however we choose to approach it. But I think, I think parent leadership, school leadership, district supervisor can all get together and brainstorm the best way to get this information and assess those situations if that's the next step.
So, Board, how do you feel about giving this to Dr. Godfrey to come up with a plan and present a potential approach to tackling this situation?
I'm curious how Erin feels about it.
I would like you guys to take it and run with it and study it. If the board does not want us to do this at the district level, I will probably do my own footwork and take things back to the principal and see how I can assist them. But you guys are the specialists, and so I would be in favor of this.
I think I'd rather wait on asking district resources to do it. I'd rather push some of the responsibility a little lower for now.
Okay.
Until I understand the scope of the absenteeism issue, it's hard for me to know what to do next.
Very interested in that second thing, that you'll run with it.
Okay, great.
I would love to see a solution come out of that.
How can we understand the scope, though, without involving district resources? I'm not saying go out and fund a bus route, but saying, like, can you provide us with data? How many of these kids are chronically absent? Or
Doesn't the school have that info, though?
well, that's what I'm asking. I need to understand how big is the
have
problem.
it to compare to other schools. I'd also like in that study, how does other districts deal with this same situation? Do they fund it? What are their problems?
I would suggest just having Lisa Robinson as the school supervisor work with the principal and come back with information about what they've learned about attendance rates, the number of families they'd focus on, what they learned from communicating with them, and then talk about what their plan is, if you feel comfortable with that. If that's the direction you're going, is not busing, I think that would be what we would normally do if you were assigning it to staff. But
I was thinking that this is not just an isolated area, right? There might be other areas in the district. So I'm wondering if this study of this area could benefit us and give us more knowledge on how to study other areas that will potentially come up as well.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
That just the only worry I have is we're looking for a problem. We're out looking for a problem to solve.
But I think there is already a problem of absenteeism. And so I don't know how big the problem is, but there's already a problem, and it could be very small. It could be bigger than we realize. It could be smaller than we realize. So I feel like the problem has already been identified. I am curious about the scope of the problem. And I think that the scope can determine, well, not necessarily determine, but can help us determine how we want to approach this problem.
Well, I'm a little hesitant to just accept that claim that absenteeism is a problem. And I guess the reason I say that is because if you look at the past 10 years of graduation rates, which is the ultimate marker of how a school district is doing, our numbers are going up. So if we have kids that are absent, or if we have an absenteeism problem, you would think that graduation rates would be going down. So either we have a lot of absenteeism, but we're doing other things to make up for it, or absenteeism really isn't a problem. That's something I've been thinking about.
And I feel like there's more to a public education than graduation. And I feel like in elementary school, students can miss out on learning how to multiply or how to read or how to write a sentence, and so I feel like they can catch up and they can graduate, but I feel like the confidence they have in their own ability to learn and will help them to pursue their interests to a greater degree and help them to be more prepared to be the kind of graduate that we're hoping to produce. I think that we can produce graduates, or we can produce the kind of graduates that we're hoping to produce with the Portrait of a Graduate. And I think that we are producing high quality graduates, but I feel like students that have been absent a lot throughout their career, it affects to what degree they are able to achieve these characteristics, if that makes any sense. So I think that they can go through and get the passes in the classes that they need to graduate. But I'm hoping that they will also have these characteristics.
So I grew up in a real innovative high school. Mike Bennett, who just passed away, was the principal at Cottonwood High, and we created the AB schedule that everyone's using now. Concurrent enrollment started there. And we had a philosophy that we wanted to be like a college. We had open classrooms and everything. And so my senior year, they said, hey, attendance is not important. You just have to pass the test. And what Janet Sanders was just talking about, right? So I had work release at half the day, so that took care of half the day. But I could probably count on my fingers the number of times I actually went to school. It was less than 10 for the whole year. I passed all the tests, and I graduated, but I don't think I learned. Now, my little teenage body thought that was cool because I could go and work and do the things I want. But my older brother just kind of wonders, like, what did I miss out of? I missed out of a whole lot, you know, and we didn't have the options of online and all the other things that maybe can help you learn a little bit more. But it was all just about, at the time, it was all just about passing the test. If you have a, and that's a good model. That's called a competency-based model, and we could go to that. But there's something about attendance, I think, that grounds a kid into not only learning what's in the books, but learning about life and those kinds of things. And I still hope that, you know, attendance is a high priority for us, and because I missed it. And if there's kids that can't go because of a busing situation, I think that we ought to look for solutions. And maybe we pay for them, maybe the state does, and maybe we ask people to carpool them. But I know a lot of people are really funny about driving other people's kids these days. So I'm really in favor of looking for a solution, not only for this area, but I don't want to open a can of worms. I want to be really cautious. But like I said, in my area, it was resolved by a boundary change. And we just did that with Myers Creek. And maybe we are more creative that way. Maybe that's the solution to the area. So it's hard to pull 80 kids out of one school and put in another, but there might be a need in another, and it might relieve a school. I have no idea. It hasn't been studied. So anyways, I'm in favor of proceeding, especially in this area.
I would like a study on this because I want to know what I don't know yet, which is when you compare the students in this group to their peers in this school, how is their absenteeism? Is the school counselor, principal, teachers concerned about their well-being? Is virtual school an option? You know, how are they doing math and English? I just would like to know. And if it's 80 kids or 5, then we still intervene, but it might not be the board doing it. But I just don't know until I have more data. So I do support a study.
I think I'm hearing a majority are interested in more information, a study specific to this area. Passing that over to Dr. Godfrey to determine how to bring back that information. So I think the specific questions that I heard were, how are these students' attendance comparing to their peers in the school? How are their academics comparing to their peers in the school? Others that I missed?
How many students are actually getting to school on their own versus how many aren't going?
If it's possible to get the method that they're getting to school with, like is a parent driving them, are they walking, or that might be. And then we can decide, once we have an idea of the scope, what is the next step. I still agree that the first level isn't let's throw a bus at the problem, but I think understanding the scope of the problem is an appropriate first step. So, everyone comfortable with that? Okay, perfect. Thanks for bringing this. Okay, let's move into our last agenda item, 1F, the legislative review. Ms. Wood, Dr. Anderson.
Well, thank you so much. I do want to highlight a few things before Dr. Anderson goes through an update on a number of bills. Some of them have already been referenced tonight, but I'll just recap them. We had 2 events up at the Capitol where board members went this month. We met with 12 representatives, enjoyed connecting with our legislators. We also had our student body officers come up, and a number of them got to sit on the House floor. And would just like to recognize a few legislators who spent a substantial amount of time talking with the students, answering their questions, just sharing some point of views about the importance of governance. And being involved as a citizen, specifically Representatives Miller and Perucci and Senator McKay. Senator Fillmore asked questions, but the students weren't quite yet warmed up yet to ask them, but he did get a photo with our student body officers. And so just want to recognize our legislators for the extra time they spent with students at a really busy time for them. And then lastly, would just like to recognize John Larson, who gave testimony to our Political Subdivisions Committee on lease revenue bonds and persuasive reasons how the school district's ability to use lease revenue bonds are a benefit to the taxpayer in certain circumstances, and the value of still allowing school districts to use that as an option. Grateful for his persuasiveness, and then also for the praise we received from Representative Tusher as the Jordan School District. Dr. Anderson,
Can
if
I
you want to.
comment on
Oh,
that?
yes, please.
It's interesting how big of a persuasive influence the truth can be.
Right.
And that's all John did. He just presented facts, and it provided a huge positive influence. So yeah,
It was
great.
also an example of a legislator not sitting down and talking to people before they brought forth a bill. In my opinion, she was very unprepared and didn't really understand the state's needs. She was very isolated in her own area, and rightfully so. But when you do a bill, it's nice when you sit down and look for win-win situations with all kinds of people in the state. And so those questions that we were asking should have already been thought through. And I just wish the bill would have been brought forth a little bit different, but good job.
Yeah, John was really able to offer some scenarios, real life scenarios that would work for boards still being able to use lease revenue bonds. So thank you for your expertise and the experience you had to shine a light on this for our legislators. Dr. Anderson, anything you want to add to those events, or?
They were great events. We just appreciate the board's support and your presence up there, and being up there and being engaged in the process is huge. And it's amazing how just a passing meeting or an opportune moment to have a conversation with somebody because you are up there can make a big difference. And if nothing else, it shows the legislators that we, as a board, as a district, are up there engaged in the process, and so they don't hesitate to reach out to us in future meetings. All of these conversations, all of these activities plant seeds for future ideas, future moments that we might have to influence and promote the good. So you just appreciate the board's presence up there week in and week out. It's great. As of today, there are 991 bills filed as of this morning, and we'll probably eclipse 1,000 if we haven't already done that today. 10 days left in the session. So we're in the fourth quarter, and you know what that means. The football team holds up their fingers, and here we go. This is go time. But a lot of this is crunch time because final appropriations are going to be considered over the next 6-7 days, and there'll be final recommendations made to the Executive Appropriations Committee, and then the bill of bills will come out in that time. So by the time we meet again in board meeting, the legislation session or the legislative session will be over.
What's the last day?
March 6th. It's a Friday, a week from Friday. So maybe just if I may just touch on a couple of bills that would be of note to us. We talked about fees at length tonight. There is a bill out there, HB 142, which deals with school fee waiver overnight travel, which would limit students on fee waivers to 2 overnight travel trips per year on fee waivers. After that, they would be on their own to pay for those. This bill passed the Senate Ed unanimously and appears to have momentum that way, and kind of just reflects the broad legislative support for some changes on how fee waivers are handled in general. HB 467 is the Utah Fits All bill. This bill passed the House easily yesterday. It creates a lot more guardrails around the private schools that are created as a result of the Utah Fits All, and in many cases would make them go through a form of accreditation. We have some questions about, this would require LEAs, us, to enroll students for sports or extracurricular activities, or more or less allow them to compete in sports or extracurricular activities, participate in those, without enrolling them. And we have some questions that we're trying to work out with the sponsor of the bill there, because we're not a service provider. We've been told that we can't officially enroll the student, but we're permitted to maintain a separate roster for them and charge a rostering fee for them to participate. There's just some questions on how that looks. So more to come on that. HB 300 was brought up this week.
That particular bill, if I may, sorry, I want to editorialize a little bit. I worry that we will have to say to a student, you didn't make the play, but someone who doesn't go to our school did. And their fee is paid for by taxpayers because they received the voucher and they can use that money. Or you didn't make Team X, but someone who isn't going to our school did, and they have money provided by taxpayers that will cover their fee. That's the difficult conversation for me if the bill passes.
How do you check their grades, and how do you discipline a kid who, might need it? I mean,
that's part of the exact question we have with enrollment. And when it comes to if there's a bullying issue or a hazing or a Title IX issue, and we don't enroll the student in our student information system, how do we do that? How do we determine eligibility? Because UHSA requires a 2.0 GPA. How do you do that if you don't have the student in your system? There's a lot of question marks about that.
We might not know this yet because it hasn't been defined in rules, but would it be appropriate to have a different fee for a student who is not enrolled in our school than a student who is? What I'm thinking about here is a student's WPU goes into facility rentals and maintenance and classrooms and equipment. There are a number of things that WPU is contributing to, where this student has taken the entirety of their WPU. I think that fee looks different. Do we know? Can we define that differently?
I believe
a rental fee or whatever.
I believe we can. I believe in talking with other legislators, they believe that there can be a rostering fee. It's different, though, than enrolling the student and getting 1/8 of a WPU from an extracurricular class that they would normally get. If the $8,000 scholarship voucher is getting, you would think, just doing the simple math, if you take one class from us, you'd be able to charge 1/8 of that amount. The WPU only covers a fraction of what is
plus the fee for that. Like if they're playing football, we also charge the football fee.
Correct.
We can do that by being an authorizer with Utah Fits All, right? But then they starts coming in and taking our positions of the students that are in our district. Some districts have become an authorizer, if I'm not mistaken.
They have. Yeah, you're correct.
But at risk is our kids don't get to participate in our activities.
Or that they have to meet different criteria that you can't hold other students to, so it becomes unfair.
This week I had someone stop me in the grocery store who was concerned about field space because it's becoming harder to rent from different places. And I just think the amount of money that our taxpayers have already put into our field space, the amount that it's being used. We all sat through public comment today talking about how in demand these spaces are. We've got to value that as
protect it.
Yeah. And we're already spreading that WPU out in a lot of directions. where a parent who takes their WPU and does with it what they will aren't spreading out. It's not contributing to the community as a whole. So that would be an important priority for me moving forward, is making sure that we're valuing those resources.
Thank you. HB 300 deals with district tax rates, focuses on how the state of Utah calculates and distributes the guaranteed local and board, the local levy increments is how I call them. This bill extends the hold harmless time period from 1 year to 5 years, and I'm going to toss the ball to John to let him explain what exactly that means.
So this is, as you may recall, a significant part of our funding comes from what's called the voted and board guarantee from the state of Utah, and that line item requires school boards to have, or it provides funding up to 20 increments, meaning 0.002 of certain levies you have to keep up. And if you go below that, then the state starts removing their funding. So you can max it out by having a 0.002.
In essence, they're trying to create local effort by doing this. They incentivize school districts to raise their rates so that there's a local effort.
Some skin in the game, And so the rule used to be 5-year hold harmless. So if your rate fell below 0.002, you had 5 years, and the state would say, okay, well, you know that you're below here, so you're going to lose your money here if you continue this path. Last year, a bill was passed to change that to be a 1-year hold harmless, so that it really does create a little more level playing field. That, okay, because 5 years is a long time. And so it changed things. And part of the theory of that change was that if you hold on to 5 years, local boards are encouraged to not raise taxes for 5 years and then give a wallop of a tax increase to the taxpayers, which the taxpayers don't like. And so part of the effort here was, well, let's just do it 1 year hold harmless, and then school boards can just maintain above that and do small increases and not large, big increases. So there's two different opposing views here of, well, how often should a school board do truth in taxation? Should it be more often for smaller amounts or less often for larger amounts? And there are different groups that will benefit differently from each of those scenarios. But that is a policy issue that kind of came up last year and was resolved, so we thought, but now it's being proposed to be reversed. If it does reverse, what that means is a lot of the state funding will now go to districts who let their levy fall below the 002, which means districts like Jordan would get less of the state money that's out there.
And other districts stand to get more. And I would go, not only are they opposing, there are opposing viewpoints, there are conflicting viewpoints, because you can't say vote yes for the 5-year hold harmless and then also turn around and say, well, I also vote yes to put a cap of 5% on boards who want to raise rates, because after 5 years, you're going to have to do a bigger rate increase in order to make up for that. So there are conflicting bills. And I was just on the phone with a sponsor of one of the Senate bills that would cap that at 5%. He did say he's going to pull that out of his, it's SB 97. He is going to take that portion out of it, sees the conflict, so we appreciate that.
It's interesting. I've talked to several legislators about this, and they have a hard time even understanding this, and my feeling is if it gets below a certain level and we're running our district just fine, like we should actually get more money because we're holding the tax level down. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is that match money where high districts are putting money into a pot and then they're redistributing it. Is that correct? Is that...
Money doesn't go into a pot on this. The state contributes about $300 million towards it, if I recall. Okay. And then, but they require local district efforts, and the local district efforts across the state are close to about $2 billion. No. No, it's not 2 billion. Sorry. I'm gonna have to.
John deals in decimal dust all the time, so we.
Hey,
2
so
million, it's all good.
the state's contribution is small.
And it's
when
not
you
coming out of the
consider all of it.
WPU, right? Like it's not.
Right, this is
money
a separate
that's
funding
holding-
line.
Mhm.
But it's the state's way to encourage local boards to keep up their levy, especially those boards that are tax poor. And Jordan is still in that situation. I still believe we will be reversing that situation in our future. But it's an equity issue that this board has supported in the past. It just doesn't seem fair that somebody, the way one senator says it is, it doesn't seem fair that someone that lives in one zip code gets funded differently than somebody in a different zip code simply because of where they live. And so this is an effort to try to equalize that. This is also, now I'm getting into the weeds here, but this is also where charter schools get the statewide, what I will call the statewide average of all of this, so that they're not left out of the mix either. So any money that the state contributes in here actually helps every LEA in the state except for 7. The 7 districts that are quite well off when property tax rich.
Charters will always benefit because they get the state average in funding, and so when you infuse more money into the system, it raises the average. That's what they get funded at.
Makes them easier when they do their truth in taxation. Oh wait, they don't do that.
They don't. That's why they hope you will do it, and then
Right.
A solution to this could also be like, let's give us an inflationary increase, so we're,
Right.
you know,
Yeah,
like it'd be an easy solution. And then when we're really raising taxes, we're not adjusting them, but we're actually raising them.
Yeah, I read an interesting thing about that today that I may bring up in the budget hearing. But this HB 300 is interesting because it is reversing course from what the legislature decided last year.
1 year ago, not 5 years ago.
Right.
Last
That was supposed to be, and frankly, the change that happened last year, as painful as it was for districts that were borrowing, if you will, from the state, does equalize the playing field for everyone. By changing it to 5 years, the state is encouraging these massive tax increases again, which is, I don't think what they meant.
Split message.
Yeah.
I have heard legislators this session tell me directly, the goal is smaller increases more often, but the action doesn't follow suit.
This bill does not encourage that. Yeah. Good to move on. I just give you an update each board meeting on this because this is the school board partisan bill, HB 256. It has not made it out of committee. I doubt it will. I don't think it's going anywhere this session. There were a slew of UHSAA bills heard this week. It was a busy week for that. Last Wednesday, it was SB 271. This is Senator Grover's bill. It would have shifted the rulemaking authority from UHSAA to the USBE. That was met with resounding opposition. The bill was held on a 4-1 vote. It means it could come back, but likely not this session. Last Friday, it was HB 360. This is Representative Hawkins' bill that would change the state's transfer rule for athletes. Basically, it opened it up and a much more liberal policy for students wanting to change schools. It also addressed how students could or could not earn money at the high school. It actually forbade any high school from paying a student athlete, believe it or not. So this bill, it was not held, it was tabled in committee. Now, in my almost 15 years up there, I can count on my hand the number of times a motion has been made. Not only did they table it, they voted in favor of tabling, and it was the chair's bill that in this committee that they tabled. That was a first ever, and it was a statement. So this morning, HB 293, this is Representative Hall's bill that you've heard quite a bit about, I think. It passed out of the Senate Education Committee. This is the bill that dealt with moratorium times and practice times. It's been amended substantially, so now it's 6 weeks after the season ends rather than 4. It was going to be 8. She trimmed it back to 6, and those don't necessarily have to be concurrent weeks. There's some flexibility there. And it did leave the practice times at 20 hours, whereas it was proposed to be 15 hours a week. So a lot of changes, and it will pass. I'm confident of that.
So basically, we just had 1 week of moratorium during the summer.
Correct. Yeah.
It's really the only
Yeah, it's been
difficult.
watered down quite a bit.
So HB 440, this is Representative Auxierre's school lunch bill. This bill has been amended, and it has improved, however, and it has passed the House by a pretty decent margin. But there are still onerous requirements that have us concerned. It would require the principal, for example, to survey every parent in the school to find out about school lunch, mandates the establishment of a lunch share table where kids would take unopened packaged food and put it on a shared table. And of course that requires somebody to monitor that and requires making sure that allergies are addressed and other things. Some schools do this. We're not saying it's a bad idea necessarily. Just to mandate it is just that, a mandate, which could be problematic for schools. It also requires each school to develop a plan for implementing the policies, the USBE model policy outlined in the bill. And the schools would need to meet with their school community council each year to discuss the model policy and create a proposed plan for school lunch and recess times, specifying how much time each student has to eat lunch, and determining whether noon recess, lunch recess should be before or after lunch. So. No, the school community council still meets to discuss the policy and the wellness policy that's in the district. So they need to have a meeting about that, and it's part of the principal assurance to guarantee that happens. So there's no mandates for the school community council to tell them. It used to be that the recess would have to be before school lunch, and then 20 minutes of mandated lunch. Those have been removed, but the council still has to discuss the matter each year.
One thing of note is if you want that report, we would have to put that in our own policy. It would not currently come to the school board.
Yeah, that's another concern, just structurally, that bypasses the local school board and sends it to the state board.
Really strange.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's another component that's odd. SB 241 is the much talked about anticipated literacy bill. We had a chance, Dr. Godfrey, myself, Ms. Goff, and Brooke Anderson, our data scientist, met with the sponsor of the bill earlier this week to address just some questions we had and some concerns we had where perhaps our running the models based on how the bill is currently worded, that it would disproportionately impact IEP students and ML students in the retention rates. And we offered some suggestions, and the sponsor of the bill was very open to those. Dr. Godfrey had a great discussion with them, and Ms. Anderson was really persuasive in some of the data she presented, and it was a really good discussion.
I keep hearing that's a given. Those two will be carved out, but it's not in the language of the bill yet, right? There is carve out, but it doesn't specify to whom.
Yeah, they're called good cause exemptions for carving students out of being retained, and the intent of the bill is to do that in an earlier grade level rather than having to do it at the third grade. And this was some of the flexibility that we were seeking in the bill, to be able to give more flexibility to students like ML students and IEP students that would have been disproportionately impacted. Did I say that? Anything else you'd add there? Okay, that's my update. Any other questions or any bills that you've?
Question?
Yeah.
We've heard frequently that Jordan is well represented on the Hill, Jordan School District. I was just curious, like you mentioned this meeting that the four of you just had with this bill sponsor. Are there other school districts like within driving distance that are seen like regularly up there, like doing similar things?
Yes, I think
Okay.
so. Yes. Yeah. There are.
Let's be clear, there's
Leadership.
no other Mike Anderson.
Yeah,
True.
I agree
There are
there.
other
I mean,
not true.
obviously.
mini Mikes.
So
Mini mics.
USBA leadership is generally in all of the committees. Lexi speaks almost every committee meeting, education committee meeting I've ever seen. And then, of course, districts do things on their own. But I actually just had a meeting with our new legislative committee at USBA, and it was an interesting conversation because I said, do you have your own government relations committee or the equivalent? And the approaches are vastly different because, of course, the scenarios are really different, right? Some of them have maybe one legislator who covers several districts that they're trying to communicate, where we're working with many legislators. And so it really varies. Rural government relations is quite different than what we're looking at. Even like cities, right? We're managing relationships with 5 cities. That's just not the case in all of the districts in the state.
I thought the new school districts were hounding the doors pretty heavy.
Yeah, the new school districts, the thing that's interesting about them is each of those. So USBA defines a single district region by 20,000 students. So all 3 of those districts will maintain single district region status unless that gets changed in the bylaws of USBA. It's mind-blowing. It's really going, because think about, for those of you who have seen the process at USBA, we have the president, the vice president elected from a single district, then a multi-district every other year. And so now there's a lot more single district regions if something doesn't change soon.
Are they thinking of changing it? Talk about in the
There has
spring.
been discussion. Yeah. I think that the meeting in April, that will be a big point on the agenda. The bylaws committee is going to have to really look at how that's going to shake out.
Is that your committee meeting, or is that it's not our spring meeting, right?
It's not. No, in April, they do like a couple of day committee meeting.
Okay.
So that's at that one. And then we'll have our region meetings will mostly be like a legislative review. That will come after.
I think certain districts take on certain issues, and there are some districts that are consistently involved in lots of educational issues. There are a few of those, but we are consistently involved in all of the issues. We're one of those. So some may say, hey, this is important to us, so we're going to pop up on this one. But we're one of several districts that will engage consistently. And it's not just engagement, but also impact. I think we're one of the more impactful.
I think it's also informed by the legislator that's running the bills. We have legislators that like to run education-related bills, that understand education finance, or think they want to make an impact there, and so that helps our involvement as well, because we happen to have good relationships with our reps, and so that gets us involved naturally in talking with them and engaging with them in the process.
I just didn't want the full burden of doing the things that you guys are doing up there to be just on you.
No, it's definitely, there's a team effort, and every day we collaborate with like colleagues in other school districts on several bills, and to Superintendent's point, other districts will have either a relationship with a lawmaker or a certain perspective on an issue that they will really take that and run with it, and it's a team effort up there, and at the end of the day we're all in it for team public education. Yeah.
And when you think just JLC alone, you've got a representative from every district and usually a superintendent, like, and they're on the Hill once a week at least, in addition to other things I'm sure they're doing, but it's a pretty big group. We just need to be a little more organized in getting our messaging out.
I was curious if JLC had taken a stance on HB 150 that gives.
Yes. Yeah, with JLC has a position of support. Would give speech language pathologists additional funding.
That's not the classroom stipends, though.
No, that's a school-based speech language pathologist bill. And
SLPs have another bill that would give them the stipend for classroom materials. Yeah, something like that. It passed Senate Ed this morning.
I believe that's the bill you're talking about. HB 150 passed Senate Ed this morning unanimously. Already passed the House 69-1. So HB 150 appears well on its way.
And I was also wondering what SB 88 looked like, the school technology amendments, how that's going and what we might see coming from that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good question. So SB 88 has passed the Senate already, and this afternoon it passed the House Education Committee with a favorable recommendation. So the SB 88 is similar in the requirements to HB 273. Those are two bills that you want to maybe keep track of because SB 88 is slightly less prescriptive than HB 273 is, and it would be easier, quite frankly, to implement than HB 273 due to the requirements that would allow us to select and adapt our vendor choice and see to our own local district and current technology abilities. We prefer SB 88 because of that flexibility. HB 273 has been known as the balance bill, and that's the one we described in previous meetings about the screen time requirements that are tiered by grade level.
8 doesn't have this.
88 does not have the tiered requirements and is a little simpler in its concept.
Possible both bills pass, or do they usually merge into one? Or
it's a great question. If they both passed, it would really stretch the limits of our abilities to provide and see to every piece of equipment and technology we have in the district. It would be something. So
it would be one of those that they reverse it, probably.
I think we'd have to do something because both of them together would be a lot.
Where is the SHIPS referendum bill?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be heard in Senate Ed tomorrow.
Revenue and tax.
Tax tomorrow. Yeah.
Meeting tomorrow. What?
I was just noticing there's another substitute on it. What was the bill mentioned earlier about providing additional supply funds to somebody?
To SLPs.
What bill is that?
I can look it up on the. It was just in Senate Ed today.
Senate Ed today was HB 150 for the SLPs. Was there another one about SLPs?
But let's see.
Heard of a second one, so yeah.
Yes, it's in Rev and Tax tomorrow, looks like it, and it passed the House. This is the referendum bill for Representative Shipp. It passed the House 50-21. So referendums are not as well liked in the Senate, I will tell you that. So we'll see where that goes.
The legality of it? The unconstitutionality of it?
That hasn't been a discussion point that we've heard. We've brought it up in our discussions with people. We said for the last few years, this is that we believe it wasn't. People are touting the referendum omission as simply that, an omission, an oversight. And we would argue, and we have argued, that it was intentionally carved out because other entities have ways to create money and raise revenue. School districts are solely funded by the legislature and local efforts here, but there's a constitutional mandate for funding them. Wasn't it you and I, President George, that met with Representative Shipp on that? Yeah.
At least he knows now.
Yes, he knows
what it does.
It hasn't done much good to this point.
My comment on that would be if there comes a point where we pass something and a citizen initiative referendum is initiated, at that point, I think it could be challenged as unconstitutional. And I think other districts
Do we have to
are
wait
being
for a referendum to be challenged?
Well, it doesn't make sense to go to the expense of.
Yeah. And it would be triggered on a 4-3 vote in the board, and then it would have to be challenged to do a referendum at that. At a 5-2 vote or 6-1 vote or 7-0 vote, there's no referendum trigger. It's only on a 4-3 vote in the case of our size.
Would they have to get enough people from throughout the district, or because like a boundary change, it seemed like the rest of the district wouldn't probably sign it.
Yeah, I haven't looked into the areas that would need it. Because we're a larger district and a larger area, we have a 10% would need to sign the equivalent of 10% on the petition. And I don't believe, I don't know, I shouldn't speak about where those signatures need to come from. I haven't looked into it that deeply.
Normally on a referendum, you have to get so many from so many areas.
Yeah, I don't know on that. That might be something we have to look into if and when it passes.
On that one, it's just when the board acts, they can reverse the action.
Correct.
It's not like if there's a 3-4 vote and we don't do something, they can't referendum to make it happen.
Correct. It's
Right.
only when it actually passes they can initiate a referendum to undo the 4-3 vote. And that is not only for tax increases, it's for boundary changes or the school mascot name, anything that the board officially votes on.
Approval
Yes.
of the minutes.
Yeah.
So
We should
you
test
could
it out on
referendum
that.
that, yeah.
Approval of the minutes.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
right.
Do a 4-3.
Do a 4-3, see what happens.
Problem with it on a tax increase is because of the way we calendar and structure our tax meetings, when we try to point this out to the sponsor of the bill, that if there was a 4-3 vote for a tax increase, and if it was challenged by a referendum, it could nullify it.
John and I respectfully request that you approve our contracts with at least a 5-2 vote.
And they can referendum
Honestly.
that?
Any decision.
Any decision. But in the case of what Mike was just explaining, it wouldn't matter how many signatures they gathered,
Even if it fails.
even if the
As long as
referendum
if one
fails.
person asks for it,
It puts the process in motion, and we would miss deadlines that we would need to do in order to have the tax increase.
I
go
can
into
count on
effect.
one hand the 4-3 votes since I've been on the board. The cell phone policy was a 4-3, but I can't really think of a whole lot of more.
It was a truth and taxation that was 4-3.
Oh, was that 4-3 last time? Oh, to go out for one, but that wouldn't be referendable.
Thank you. It's a privilege to represent the district, and just appreciate your support.
We do have a couple of closed session items.
you and you, Lisa. I get us out. You get us in.
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiation, security here at the JATC South building in the school board room, in the board meeting room, and that we will adjourn when we're done.
I second.
Okay, we have a
such enthusiasm right there.
we have a motion to go into closed session. Following that closed session, this meeting will be adjourned. And I'll take a roll call vote. Ms. Dean? Yes. Ms. Wood?
Yes.
Dr. Robinson?
Yes.
Ms. Barrow?
Yes.
Mr. Dunford?
Yes!
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
I am also a yes. That motion carries unanimously. Thank
have
you for
some
joining us.
enthusiasm.
Didn't have the band behind that one, though.